Hey, Raven. I'm just gonna go around picking up items that I know I've missed while I wait for some buddies to show up. I mean, more buddies since you are a buddy. Let's see, Dark Souls 3 miracles. I know I missed some miracles. I missed some rings that would be really, really useful. I know I didn't actually thoroughly explore Catacombs of Karthus or Demon Ruins. I'm kind of like in denial about having to go there because I just really don't want to do it. Just really don't want to do it. I know that I need to get some more those little sunlight medals so I can get the last miracle as part of the... Where is the sunlight coming in? Ugh. It's only when I need to talk do I get fucking tired. Okay. Hey Sing, hey now. Hey everybody. Wow, this is honestly more people than I expected at 11 o'clock at night. Like I said, we're just going to go picking up some items that I missed, some miracles especially. There's one up ahead that I'm going to try my best to get. It's going to require playing Keep Away with a dragon, which, you know, that's never fun. And I will distract myself from my fuck-ups. Yay. Alright, so that's Medir. That's the dragon that Shira, who is the Knight of Filianor, told us. She asked us if we would put him out of his misery, basically, that since the dawn of the Age of Fire, he was tasked by the gods to fight the dark. And that duty is weighing on him because since the dark never goes away, his battle basically would be endless, and it's starting to quite literally eat away at him. You can tell by his wings, there's holes torn into them. His full name is actually Dark Eater Medir, and the first Locust Preacher that we met talked about fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin. That was... There's, I think, one or two other parts of this DLC that talk about eating dark. It's going fine for me, Raven. Oh, Jesus. Nah. Oh, no! That's why you need more stamina, kids. The legs just sticking out of the ground. All this because I want to get a really cool miracle where I pull back a lightning bow and arrow. That's all I fucking want. I did some leveling, so you can see I have a lot more health than I used to. I've been getting my strength up as well, because, you know, why not? Oh, God damn it. Oh, just go! I'm so squishy, I forget. That's why great swords trick you into thinking, oh, I'm a big dick OG, I could swing this around with a bend, and it's not true. When you're squishy like me, the idea is you keep your distance, but I get caught up in the allure of a greatsword. That's my problem. Although to be honest, I'm kind of distracted right now. It's been a day. It's been a day. So we're probably just gonna do a suicide run for those items, because I really don't care about beating him now. Yeah, hold on, my dear. Titanite scale. They remind me of Dark Eaters, actually. Not Dark Eaters, I'm sorry. Dark Wraiths. Their armor looks quite like it. You can go whenever you want, sir. Oh, dang it. Well, I mean, I kind of wanted to be down here, too. So. Okay. And I did say I wanted to get items. I didn't really want to progress yet. Oh. I have an arm. Okay. Alright. This is the no fun zone. Everything is terrible and there's locusts climbing out of the mud zone. You know, it's bad. It's bad news. Is he still following me? No. Oh my god! And so I have ghosts. I forgot about that. I completely forgot about that. I think I got all these items though. You can leave me alone now, I promise. Although if I go over here, I'm actually kind of taking my life into my own hands because for some reason there's just a boss walking around here. Hey, Lala! I'm just picking up items, probably gonna die, as you do. Excuse me! I just took all this item! Bye! Bye! I'm not gonna fight you yet. No, no, no. Bye! Oh god. You could... No, no, it's fine. It kind of reminds me of, was it Dark Souls 2? Where they just had bosses walking around eventually? No, Dark Souls 1 did it as well. I know Bloodborne does it in the Chalice dungeon. It's like, hey, you fought this guy as a boss? Well, guess what? Now it's just a regular enemy. I'm like, cool, thanks. Yep. Stop it! Oh my god, look how persistent he is. Sir, I'm gonna outrun a dragon, okay? He's just chilling, he's vibing. Everybody needs to go away, okay? Like, that guy's gonna give up as soon as he stops seeing me. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit, I went the wrong way. Woo! Yeah, well... the Dragon Slayer armor is because he's technically still programmed like his boss AI. The normal enemies definitely do not follow you for that long. If you get a little way ahead of them and break the line of sight, they usually give up. Yeah, you came in at a good time, Lala, because we're going to have to run across this whole area trying to get away from a fire-breathing dragon who's hanging out up there. His name is Dark Eater Midir. He's been charged by the gods to fight the dark, and it is a thankless, eternal task that is literally eating away at his body. You can see the holes in his wings. A knight of the princess, that is the youngest daughter of Gwyn, the god from the first game, asked us, it's a dragon, he's a pure dragon. She asked us to put him out of his misery because she's a friend of his, and the dragon has served Princess Filianor for quite some time, and she doesn't want the dragon to lose himself to the dark. So she's like, I know I've asked you for something impossible or something, a task most cruel. She says something like that. She's like, I know it's going to be really difficult, but I would appreciate it if you would at least try. So, we're gonna have to get past this guy. And I love him. Honestly, Midir is one of my favorite bosses. I can't wait to show you that boss fight, actually. He's really intense. He's technically the last boss in this game. Because, like, you could fight Midir. Midir's optional, that's the thing. He's totally optional. So most people save him for after the DLC boss. Yeah, Madeir's wonderful. I love him. There are parts of this bridge that you can rest on that will not be set on fire. Oh shit, I forgot I'm a Blade of the Dark Moon. Okay. So there are parts of the bridge you can rest on that the fire doesn't actually take to. They're normally the patches of greenery. It took me a very long time to figure out that I could just kind of stand there and the fire won't touch me. I still need to collect ears for Yorshka. Oh, she told us about Gwendolyn, so I guess I can go back and see if she'll repeat it. Because I had it on last night's stream, I believe. Oh, goddammit, that's a fight club. Oh, up. Up.
Hey!
Alright, who are we fighting? Oh, them? Okay. It's either a fight club or I got pulled into, like, gank people, which I hate that. Well, no, not a fight club. It's normally, like, a brawl for all. I've gotten pulled into a few of those, and those are really fun. Because I'm just like, alright. Okay, we vibing. I mean, I have stuff to do, Olivia, but, you know. Okay. Oh, okay. We'll see how long this goes. I forgot to take that off. But whatever, you guys can see me be terrible at PvP. However, I did really fucking well in the Half-Light Spear of the Church fight, which I'm actually really sorry that I did not get on stream. That was the only time I've ever won that fight. That's basically one of the fights in this game is you become someone's boss. Like, you are their boss fight. And it was the only time I won. It made me really happy. Oh, okay. Oh, my giant greatsword of dark? Yeah. God damn it, you guys, I just wanted to run away from a dragon. No. Alright, I guess we're going over here now. Bye. This is actually kind of fun, so I'm glad I could show this off at least. Nope. Thought I had my dagger. Oh, he has Gale's sword! I meant to use this. Whoopsie. I just want to go home, you guys. But now my pride determines I must fight. Okay, thank you for killing me. I can go back now. Bye. Oh yeah, since my intelligence stat and my faith stat are pretty high, I can use... Oh, okay, I got the ear anyway. I can use sorceries, pyromancies, and miracles. I can't use all sorceries. I can use some pretty good ones, though. This dark greatsword is probably the best one, because it has such a long reach. And I don't actually have to wield a greatsword. There's a few other greatsword spells like that. I could show you. Once I get back to a bonfire, I'll show it off. And I figured being like a heavy mage or heavy caster based thing with very light, quick weapon would be a perfect Persona 5 Joker thing. So, that's what I want is. And I'm going to take off the blade of the... I'm going to take off... That thing almost killed me. I'm going to take off the Blade of the Dark Moon thing, though, because, you know, not yet. Oh, shit. Yep. So, yeah, so you could stand right, like, right here and not actually get hurt. Whoop. I like, he's so cute. I really like him. He's just chilling, he's doing his job, he's just keeping me the fuck away from the rest of this place. Oh, he's over there, actually. Hi, my dear. I hate these goddamn things. I think they're designed really cool because they have a hole burned into them. A lot of things in the Ringed City are marked by this gaping chasm, like of a perfect circle, gouged right over where their hearts should be, or just in their chest in general, as if they are branded by some early version of the dark sign. Because the Ringed City is really just a type of curse. Can you die? Die. Bye. You good? Okay. Alright, this spell that oh god damn it, I forgot about him. This guy's gonna look familiar, because I forgot to go look at a certain body back in the base game, so I'm gonna have to go do that. Because it will kind of make more sense to you, I think? No, camera. Yeah, the moaning knight. It's not what you think. It's really, I think it's more like moaning as in like in mourning, or he's just very haunted, dejected fellow. Considering what he's guarding, this place is a giant catacombs. So yeah, he's not doing too well. He's not very happy. He can also beat my ass, so we're gonna kind of like. I've cheesed him though, like I've kind of just run around this place in circles, and then his pathing gets messed up and he just jumps off the side. Oh god, I hear him. Hi kitty, what? You'll notice him, he's very bright red, he's like impossible to miss. After your conversation, yeah. Today's a bad day to hear the word moan, because then your brain immediately goes to like, Fukuji? That or fucking Hoshi, Jesus Christ. I don't think I'll ever be the same after those audio. Give me your goodies. Give me the goodies. Ooh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I was... Like, I'm not really into that, but I'm listening and I'm like, I am listening. I am listening to this. There's several in that whole thing. I listened to it for like about an hour, and I'm like, huh, there's like a whole story here. There's a whole saga that I'm not, not that I'm not, but that I'm jumping in on. I'm like, interesting. But when I say saga, I mean like it was several scenarios of the same basic premise. But I was sitting there, I'm like, you know, I'm not really like getting anything out of it. I just find it fascinating. Okay, I think he's here, actually. Oh. But if I go there, then it skips. God damn it! Oh god, there he is! Shit! That's exactly why they put that guy there. Oh no, that's not the right one. Okay, I got a jam, but that's great. That's not what I want to be. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Is this it? No. Oh god. God damn it! Okay, this is where I want to be. Fuck. It could be worse. Patches could have kicked me down here, and he'd just be like, and I'd be like, thanks, Patches, you fuck. Oh god, Skellies. Oh, what's happening? Oh god, there he is. Oh god, that's the wrong one. Oh Jesus. I'm not prepared for any of this. Play the Benny Hill music. Oh god, that's not it either. I think I have to jump down. Oh god, stop it. Oh, yeah, I have to go down here. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh god. Oh no, he's smart. Oh no, he got smart. Oh no. Yeah! That's what happens. He chases me around and then he can't make the jump, so then he falls off and dies. Now this mask will explain to you... I think, well, I mean, I can elaborate on why I know it's him. The blindfold mask, it is an eye-occluding mask of unknown origin, and small cracks allow the wearer to see. It strengthens dark attacks, but also greatly increases damage sustained from dark. This purple steel creation has a known resemblance to the Firekeeper's crown, but the similarity is purely cosmetic. Now, we didn't get a good look at the Moaning Knight, but he's dressed exactly the way Aegon is, which leads many to believe that that is Aegon invading you, perhaps, or perhaps not. If it's not Aegon himself, it is someone who was dedicated to a maiden quite like Irina. Because, I don't know if you've noticed, but there's skellies here, which means that this place is a giant catacombs, it's a giant grave. The fact that he drops a blindfold mask that's similar to what a Firekeeper wears, people are like, oh, okay, he has some connection to them. I personally haven't really gone looking into why he's here. From what I know about Kareem Knights and handmaidens who come to Lothric / Lordran to become Firekeepers, is that they always have one knight dedicated to them. And this is a knight without a Firekeeper, but he drops a mask that looks like a Firekeeper's mask. So 1 and 1 is 2, and I guess he just doesn't like me. However, this mask is the final thing we need for our Drogo crossplay. This is as good as it gets, folks. This is as close as I can get to him. And we look at the bonfire name, and it is Shared Grave. So honestly, and it's not graves, but it's a shared grave. So to me, that means the Moaning Knight is very likely guarding this place. Looking cool, looking very pretty, Joker. Let's see. There are a few other places I want to go through here, because I definitely ran past them or just did not go to them because of how many enemies there were. But I gained a few levels, so I should be okay. Or I'll just run past everything, because they're fucking huge, Jesus Christ. Let's see. Moaning Knight. He said, I'm looking up on the Fextra Life wiki. The Moaning Knight information. He can be killed. He invades in the Spiral Tower, protected by Dark Madeir, and he sadly doesn't actually moan. Yeah, The Fextra Life can be really funny, honestly. It can be downright ridiculous sometimes. Oh, wait, no, I wanted this. Now, Madeir's not done with us. Not by a long shot. So we're going to use another spell that's pretty god dang useful. And it's also a bit of a cheat. I may, however, die immediately on this bridge, because sometimes he just lands and gets me in one shot. Hi, Madeir! And then he angles it over there, because that's where you were. And you run out here and you cast Pestilent Mist, and then you run back behind the rock. Because he will do that to whatever... He will cast that fire wherever it is you last stood. All the corpses have a weapon, so I'm not feeling too sorry. Okay, that's fair. Well, this is a bit cheese, but I'm honestly not good at him at all. Also, look how much health he has. He's got a lot. He's a big boy. And by the way, this is not the boss fight. You have to take him out on here just to get the boss fight activated. Come on, over here. Aw, see, he got smart. Sorry, my dear. Alright, one more. I keep running into it, I don't know why. And then that makes me lose my time to actually cast a spell. Excuse me. Ah! Sure is. He's already at like half health though, so this is going swimmingly. Yes, that's why I can't stand there. The mist eats away at my health as well. It's okay, my dear, I promise. Oh god. It's okay. I promise it's okay. Wow, that almost killed me. I mean, it's sorry to say it, he's fighting for his life, and he's been charged to protect the princess, and he's gonna do that no matter what it takes. And it's kind of heartbreaking. He's also very ill right now. He is, yeah, he's doing his job, but to be fair, the gods gave him a task that would never be finished. They basically cursed this archdragon to fight something that will never die. I think this is when he falls. No. He can actually extend his power in that he does too much and gets tired and will collapse. It's really sad. It's nothing like Sif, thank God. Yeah. He's fine, by the way. We're gonna see him again. He's not down for the count. I know it seemed very terrifying, but yeah, he'll be fine. But yeah, like I was saying, he was descended from the archdragons, which were the dragons that the gods fought to create the Age of Fire. And he was given to Felinor and the Ringed City and told to fight the dark. But the dark, as we know, will never go away. It can't go away, actually. So this dragon, who is probably the last pure dragon of his species, can never die, is fighting something that will never die, and is being slowly devoured by this very thing he's meant to fight. It's really kind of like a cruel joke. Oh, he's spinning. It's a very cruel joke, actually, because it's not fair. And that's why Shira asked us, the Knight of Felinor, she asked us if we would put him to rest, like mercy kill him. before it takes him over. So there's a lot of mercy killing concepts in this game, especially in 3. You probably noticed that with many people's quests is a lot of them will ask to die on their terms, which is reasonable and understandable. It's just, you know, sad. The music for the Midir fight is gorgeous, by the way. I don't know if I'll try it. Well, I could try it tonight. I don't know how well I'll do, because he's very difficult. And look, that is a big shortcut back to the beginning. So the whole Ring City we just ran through, we just now made a shortcut right to the end of it. I still have other items to get. There's that purging monument I have to get to. Where is the purging monument? Don't tell me, I know where it is. Okay, I have to go here. Yeah, there's 3 more bosses in this DLC. And then we go to the final boss of the game. Yeah, this is... in that room, that's where I showed off all the pyro stuff. Oh, I could show off the sorcery stuff as well in this area, because I'm right near a bonfire. And I could finally show you guys the friggin' miracle I just picked up. Because that's the one I've been dying for the whole game. Let's see. Take that off. Let's show that. Okay. Soul Spear. Soul Greatsword. Affinity. Let's show that one. And Soul Drag. And Farron Hell. Okay. This is a Soul Spear. There's a bigger version of that. It's just... you just basically magic blast someone in the face. This is a greatsword. It's just a non-dark version of the dark one I have. It's pretty cool. This makes little affinity humanity sprites hover around you, and if you go near something, they will all zoom in and attack it. However, if you get too close to the sides of things, they all burst. This is what I was looking for. It's amazing. Because you aim with it, you can still walk when you're aiming it, and poof. Yeah, but it's like having friends. You have little buddies to help you out. And then there's this. When you throw a giant soul dreg with eyes at something. And then this is the hail. Oh my god, they still stay around? Aw, cute. Yeah, this game's fun. Oh, I didn't show you the chameleon spell. That one's pretty great. I think I showed Wrath of the Gods. Yeah, I showed Wrath of the Gods. I don't know if I showed off the Life Hunt Scythe, but I can do that. Alright, so the chameleon spell is, say you're invaded, or you just want to be funny. You do this, and you turn into something in the environment. Sometimes it's a chair or a pot, and then you can just position yourself somewhere, and you blend in, and people will run right past you. Life Hunt Scythe is... you conjure up a scythe, you attack people with it, and you steal their health. And this is the Fire Orb. But you know that one already. Yeah. When I can become triple. Yep. It's cool. I mean, the only thing with that is you can easily tell by like the light source that's on your character. So it's better to do it when you're outside, because then it won't be easy to see that your character is always kind of lighter than the rest of the environment. Is this the loadout I want? No, I don't want that. I'll take a heal, though. Just you and me, buddy. Me and my one lone friend. There's a couple more things I have to get from around here before we go to the third to last boss. And that'll probably take a while, honestly. What, it's midnight now? Yeah, we're gonna be here for a while. Isn't he cute? Oh, I don't even have him equipped anymore, but yeah, look, he's a buddy. It's a gorb! You guys, it's a gorb! But it's like a dark orb, so it's a dorb. Alright, my dorb, let's go. Is he blowing around because of the wind? Oh! Or he might be fading, actually. I know that's possible, too. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, ouchies. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh Jesus, everything's going wrong. The CLC hates you, by the way. It Oh no! Yeah, I like it too. Alright, we're not gonna bother with you because I'm gonna die. Bye, 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 bye. I have places to be. Bye, bye. Oh god, something's following me. Oh Jesus. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh god. Oh god. Oh jeez. God damn it. Are you gonna, can you go over there? Oh god, please keep going over there. It looks like the Dark Sigil, doesn't it? Yeah, a lot of things, what I was saying earlier, a lot of things in this area are marked by a ring, and it looks quite like the Dark Sigil. I think that's actually, once you get their armor, it will tell you what's burned into them. So I'm gonna try to get their armor. Or if not, I could just look up a description of it. Because rings and the curse and the weight of a ringed thing is pretty big here. And there, see, there's a sword of a vowel symbol right there. Oh god, is he coming this way? No, no, no. Okay, no, he's lost. And this is the Purging Monument, made up of bloodborne skulls. This is, if you've done anything bad, or if you want to reinitiate a certain boss fight here, or if you want to remove your hollowing. Oh cool, I haven't sinned. If you build up hollowing, you can come here and pray it away. I think you need to give them a certain amount of souls, but you can get a lot of souls here. This is basically if you've... Say you're hollow, but you don't have any more stones to get rid of it, or you don't have that ring that allows you to, to look human, and you're just like, I don't want to be ugly anymore. Like, that's... you go there. But you can remove the Dark Sigil from you by giving the Firekeeper a bunch of souls, but, you know, no. I need to give her, like, 738,000, and I'm not doing that.
One poor girl slew her own kin, but even so was embraced, enveloped by the abyss. 'Twas a comfort that neither moon nor sunless sky afforded her before. Fear not the dark, my friend, and let the feast begin.
That's about Cirrus. She slew her own kin. She had to kill her grandfather when he went mad, and he says that she was taken by the abyss, or taken by the dark, and it granted her comfort that neither moon nor sunless sky. And we know that that's Cirrus because she was a blade of the dark moon, and she said she was from the sunless realms. So once you run into these, well, they're locusts actually. When you run into, talk to these these locust preacher guys, they will tell you stories about other characters in Dark Souls, like Arturius or I think Irina and Aegon, and it tells you how they were pretty much taken by the abyss in the dark, but they find comfort there. And if you look at Actually, let me see. Whenever you load up Dark Souls in this version, you get a message from the developers that has a headline, and the headline is called "Embrace the Darkness." And I think that that's the developers' way, especially the Locust Preachers, pushing the idea of an age of dark is necessary, and that don't be like, it sounds silly, but don't be afraid of the dark. Dark with a capital D. What else did I have to look at? Oh, yeah, I got one of their arms, which is gross, but what can you do? Preacher's right arm. The desiccated right hand of a white-faced locust that rose from an abyssal swamp that happens to perform as a catalyst for sorcery. The white-faced locusts were meant to beckon men to the dark with sermons, but most of them are unable to think past their own stomachs, the unruly mob. The skill is a feasting branch. You use souls to weave a sharp branch to fillet your prey and can be used repeatedly. Yes, it's the death of the Age of Fire. Let's see. I totally can use it. See, I'm just carrying around one of their arms. It's pretty morbid. This is basically a... let's see if I can use it on an enemy. None of the enemies down here are going to be easy to use it on, but I'll try. That is a risk that I am willing to take. Ooh! Okay, so it's like a... That's not that bad at all, actually. Yeah, it's like a little hammer. Oh, I can stomp on them too! Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool. Alright, well, I don't care if I die, I'm getting this item. Bye. 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 The unruly mob. I can feel the disappointment, yeah. You can just sense it. Hey, little guys. Holy crap, I didn't know I could do that. That is so satisfying. Alright. Suicide run for items. Excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah, I know you don't want me here. I get it. I know. I know! Magic and like, weapons in these games, they're always so much fun. You wouldn't think that weapons in games, especially like RPGs, could just be more than like, alright, whatever. Yeah, that's fine. But this, they take it to the next level. It's kind of like how cool Bloodborne's weapons were, even though there were very few of them. Yes, that is a Judicator. They are guarded with protecting the ringed city. They summon up flame spirits to pretty much keep anyone away. You didn't see it, Lala, but I'll show you. The very first thing that happens when you come to the ringed city, it's very funny. I've seen many people die to this because they don't expect it. It's very funny. I laugh every time I see someone endure it. So you come to the Ring City, you walk down this path, and you're like, wow, that's where I gotta go. So then, you walk ahead here, and you stop, maybe you take in the sights, and then in the distance, that guy stands up. And you're like, what's that about? And then all these people pop up, and look what happens. That's how the DLC greets you. It just says no. Go away. Yeah, it's pretty funny. That's why the bonfire's like 4 steps away. Oh, that sucks now. Okay, I think I got the items I wanted. I know that Lap was looking for the Purging Monument. But I'm pretty sure I could still summon him for this fight, and if not, then, oh well. Yeah. So yeah, they're scattered all around the place. The balcony that I was on with my one little friendly sprite, one of them was standing up there too, so he was summoning fire ghosts to attack me. That's why I just ran past him, because I'm like, I'm not dealing with this right now. I just can't. And as much as I like this mask, since it does make you weaker to dark attacks, pretty much everything here does some variation of a dark attack. I kind of can't wear it, unfortunately. So I'll do the next best thing, we'll put this on. No, better things than this. The heal's too slow. I don't want that. Yeah, you can do so many fun fashion things in this game. So many. How good is the Preacher's arm? Not really. And I don't have anything to upgrade it. Alright, as much as I like Preacher, we're gonna go back to our Crystal Catalyst. Okay. What are our rings like? Am I okay with that? Yes. Phew, I'm actually kind of nervous about this fight, because you can either get an actual player in to be your boss, or you will get a character called Half-Light, who is, he is actually a character in the lore, and we're going to learn a little bit about him. Oh, damn it, I forgot to get that on him. Okay. Half-Light's pretty difficult. If you get a player, they're tricky too, but, yeah. Normally you can manage, and I've been pulled into this boss fight a few times. Since you're the boss, you can't actually heal. But there are two little helper NPCs to give you some assistance that will heal you for you. Hello, Blue Jay! We're just kind of closing out this DLC tonight. Hopefully, anyway. Chloranthy Ring +3. Before we look at that statue, I'm just going to put this on. This is Gwyn. And he is gifting a crown to a pygmy. However, the crown is really just an illusion. The idea of a pygmy king is absurd, just because of the way Gwyn treated humans and the pygmies. He cursed them, not only with the dark sign, but cursed them with the ringed city, cursed them with the rings and holes burned into their flesh. And though he gave them Filianor, as in like, oh, here's my daughter, basically as a political hostage, he lied to her too, and said, oh, I'll come back for you when the time is right. And she's been here since the dawn of the Age of Fire. And I had mentioned the Chloranthy Ring and related to the idea of how Chloranthy as a thing like chlorophyll, and they would turn into treacle, and the Chloranthy rings help us, because maybe we're turning into treacle, blah, 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 blah. That was a joke, pretty much. But Filianor is associated with flowers and vegetation and growth. As you can see, there's flowers everywhere here in the Ringed City. It's a very bright, vibrant, almost spring-like area. There's just life here, but everything seems kind of frozen in stasis. And yeah, I've had a pretty bad evening too. I said some dumb shit that I shouldn't have, so I've got to wait to apologize properly. So I feel, in my act of contrition, I'm going to play Dark Souls 3. That's not really like an act of contrition, but, maybe I'll just die and feel, slightly put into my place. But I feel bad enough already. Whatever, I'm rambling. Yeah, so Filianor acts... Shira told us that Filianor acts as a guard between humanity and the dark. And what she's doing is necessary to keep us safe. That's one side of the story. We also heard from one of the pygmies we ran into when we first came here that Filianor... The idea that she's protecting anybody is a lie. She's just covering up the hideous secret of how shitty and, how much of a waste of space this city is, and how it's just a lie and just a mess. And if you want the dark soul, which is the Lord soul that humans deserve, you have to kill her and get through it. Both of these things are true at the same time. She is actually keeping people safe. She's keeping all of reality safe, actually. And it is true that she's being used as a prop to keep humanity, or humans, from the dark soul they deserve. But she's not doing either of those things willingly. So I really like her. She reminds me of Gwendolyn in some ways. Oh, speaking of Gwendolyn, actually. I'm sorry you're having a bad day, Blue Jay. Hopefully the stream will keep you comfy. Because I figure if I finish Dark Souls 3 tonight, which is a big if, I'd probably go over to Bloodborne Akechi, because I'm almost done with that, too. So if we can finish both of that in one night, that'd be cool. And then I don't know what we'd do next. I could I could start Dark Souls 2, which, you know, that's going to be fun. You guys have to think of who you want me to start Dark Souls 2 as, because I could do another cosplay build, I don't mind that. I mean, I could do me. But that wouldn't be really fun, because it would just be like big fucking tanky greatsword. And that's, I don't know how much fun that is to watch. And the combat in 2 isn't as fun as it is in 3, because 3 has the weapon art stuff, so. Or I could just start Dark Souls 3 or Bloodborne over again. Oh, of course! I would love to help you, Blue Jay. Oh, we can co-op! Oh my god, Blue Jay. Oh my god, Blue Jay, that would be fun!
Oh. Good Blade of the Dark Moon. Welcome home.
He's
If
easier with someone else, Blue Jay,
succor,
don't worry.
Only tell me how. Long ago.
Oh no,
our
will she not
father,
say
now
it?
Sutherland,
Shit.
The Dark Moon Knights
Here we go.
were once led by my elder brother, the Dark Sun Gwendolyn. But he was stricken by illness, and leadership of the Knights fell to me. Then Sullivan wrongfully proclaimed himself pontiff, and took me prisoner. Oh, where could my dear brother be? If only he were here, I would be most pleased for ye both to meet, as most assuredly would he.
I really like that, because it tells you right away what their relationship was like. That they were very fond of each other, that he helped take care of her, that they were part of the Dark Moon Knights, they were the leaders of it together. But then he fell ill, which I think was a gentle way of Gwendolyn to explain perhaps why he was going to disappear when Aldrich and the Pontiff showed up. Because Yorshka that's her name, Yorshka. She's a little naive, because when we show up here, it's like impossible to get here, by the way, you have to walk on an invisible path. And she's like, oh, how did you get here? Did you fly? And you could say, yes, I flew. And she's like, oh, does that mean you're a dragon or maybe a crow? And she's really happy at the idea that you flew up here to visit her. So to me, that suggests she's a bit naive, but sweet. So I think it would make sense for her to be like, oh, well, my brother got sick and I don't know where he is. I've been just hoping he'll come back, because she doesn't know the truth of what happened. But I think my favorite part of all of that is she's like, I would want you to meet my brother. I think he would be happy to meet you too. And that's one of the only outside that is the only outside of another character's characterization or description of Gwendolyn besides what we've seen him to be, which he seemed a bit haughty, not pompous, but very defensive and loyal to his family and a bit dramatic. And then here it's like, no, we hear like, no, he would be very sweet, very happy, and he cares for the Dark Moon Knights and loves them and wants to meet them. Or would like to know them that are doing the gods a service. Yeah, Yorshka's really sweet. I love her outfit. She's a lot like Priscilla from the first game.
Off so soon?
I know.
May the Dark Moon watch over thee.
She gave us, because we ranked up in this covenant, she gave us the Dark Moon ring, which is Gwendolyn's ring. And she said that she doesn't give this away lightly, and that we should consider it an honor. So she gave us Gwendolyn's ring, and a gift that was only given to the best of the Dark Moon Knights. So. Thank you. So that's what I wanted to tell you guys. And now it's time for back here. Yeah, Blue Jay, you're actually supposed to fight, from my understanding, the average level for Logarius is probably like high 60s. That I actually over leveled to fight him because he's that tricky. I only fight him when I'm at like level 80. Like when I'm past Rom, or right before I fight Mikolash, actually, I will go back and fight him, and I'm normally at like level either like anywhere between 65 and 80. So you got there very, 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 very early. Like perilously early. Yeah. Alright, this guy's got really cool great swords and will probably, oh shit, flat out kill me, but you know, we'll do our best. One of these days I'll be able to use those great swords. They're so cool, look at that! Ugh. There's a flippy move that he's not doing. I'm trying to get a backstab. Ah! Backstab? No. Yes! I forgot he doesn't stagger. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, that's such a cool move, though. Alright, that's not gonna do much. This guy's like a boss on his own. Oh god, oh god. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh god. Oh jeez. Can I like trick him to fall down? I sent the elevator up already. Fuck me. Woo! And I can't run past him because there's gonna be dialogue at the door I'm going to. Oh, thank god. Yeah, these twin greatswords are so cool, but I definitely do not have the strength for them. You need 40 strength. I have 23. Paired black greatswords wielded by the ringed knights. The arms of early men were forged in the abyss and betray a smidgen of life. For this reason the gods cast a seal of fire upon such weapons and those who possessed them. The seal of fire is meant to contain, or artificially contain, the dark within it, or the abyss. And that explains pretty much what the dark sign is. It explains the undead curse. It explains why the ringed city is so fucked up. It's because the god, or Gwyn really, saw the dark and was just like, I don't think so, and just slapped some fire onto that shit. It's a black mask weapon. Actually, there are crow claws in this game that I think are very catchy. But you know what? He would use that too. He would totally use that. In the new game, I almost want to make him a catchy instead. Also, I have like 2 healing things left. I knew I should have friggin' allocated the healing spell. Yeah, I try to be a bit compassionate to Gwyn when it comes to him trying to hold back the Age of Dark. Because it is both a terrible thing because he's artificially extending the life of an entire ages cycle because he doesn't want to give up his power, but it's also, I think he's actually afraid of what that means because of what he did to the dragons. He's like, okay, I completely eradicated this whole species, and not only did the humans get a lord soul right out from under my feet, they can do that to me now. And this is a covenant. The Pray to the Divine Spear Monument. We just picked up... Where is it? Ritual Spear Fragment. You use this if you get summoned into the next boss fight, you can use it there. It is a fragment of the matching ritual spears once held by the knights of Princess Filianor. They are the namesake of the spears of the Church. When spears of the Church face unduly treacherous foes, this allows them to draw upon former majesty and summon up a row of upward-thrusting ritual spears. It's just as cool as it sounds. And since I got pulled into that boss, I acted as a spear of the Church, I got this gift. The spears of the Church watch over the princess's slumber, and this serves as proof of their fulfillment of their duty. The embellished gold cloth is woven with a crest of young grass. That is what ties Filianor to Chloranthy Ring, to budding green blossoms, to the idea of stamina regeneration, which stamina regeneration basically means you gain back your ability to fight. It rejuvenates you. And it pretty much extends something that was once lost, which should give you an idea of what she is doing here, what she was tasked to do. The princess's knights proudly displayed these precious favors, which were often seen swaying from their identical ceremonial seers. And we give those ribbons, and that's how we level up in this covenant. And then we will gain another spear fragment that can only be used in this battle. But it's fun. I actually really like this fight. I think you can only join this if you beat Madeira, though.
Unknowing visitor, return from whence thou camest. The abyss runneth deep, by the king's decree. None may disturb our mistress's slumber.
Yeah, he's not here. Okay. Oh wait, I'm not embered, yeah? Yeah, still not here. Okay.
Foolishness. The king's decree is no trifling matter. I, Judicator Argo, shall deliver thee justice. Spear of the Church, sworn defender of our Princess Filianor. Hearken to the call that summons thee. Make haste.
And he's going to summon in defenders for Filianor. Ah, god damn it, I got a real person. Hello, Flanky. Ooh, nice. I'd much rather get Half-Light, honestly. This guy's got a perfect build for this. He just has a shield and basically is going to wear me down. Oh, I have that too! That thing he just used on me, that's the ritual spear fragment. Yeah, this is nice. I got it! I did it! When you get summoned into this, above your head, your name is Disturber of Sleep. It's pretty cool. God, I had nothing left. Like, I had nothing left. Isn't the music in that fight beautiful? And what I like about that is your boss is another player. How cool. And look how much health I had left. I had 24 hit points. 24 hit points. Yeah, but what I like about that fight is in Demon's Souls there was a boss where your boss was another player in that area. Like the old monk, I think, just would pull in someone from the area and possess them and they would fight you. So in Dark Souls 3 they brought back that concept where it's like, okay, we're going to have the second to last boss technically in the DLC be another player. And I think that's cool. That's a way to show that there's, you know, a community here. And what I like about this is some people specifically make builds that only work in the Spear of the Church. I had a guy who had, like, he was completely naked, and he had invincibility frames for days. I could not hit him. All he would do was stand in front of me, make the welcome gesture, and I would go to hit him, and he would just roll, and it would never land. It would never, nothing would ever hit. And I was just like, oh, I hate this. And so I was running around for 5 minutes, and he got those little spear things to shoot up, and that was it. Like, I couldn't get a single hit in. It was kind of cool. It's clever what people can do here. Yeah, if he breathed on me, I would have been like, ugh, and just collapsed. That guy had a pretty good build for it too, because that's a smart idea. He just had a great shield where nothing could touch him, and then he would use a magic greatsword. Yeah, this game's fun. Like, I used to be really nervous about PvP, but Ringed City is actually what got me to just cope with it. Because you get pulled in to help people here all the time, and then this boss fight's basically PvP, so I'm just like, oh, whatever. I'll deal with it. Now, if I go up here, it's going to significantly alter the course of a certain quest, so I'm not going to go here yet. We're going to try Midir. Midir is very, 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 very tough. As I'm sure I've said. But I do want to try him. There is a trick, similar to how I used the Pestilent Mist to eat away at the Demon Prince. You can use that on him. Then it becomes a matter of you just have to play keep away. Is this enough for a level? Yes. No, it is. Yeah, I'm at like level 42. 142 now. So we're gonna get one more point. I think probably in strength, because my health's pretty good. I mean, look at that. It's like halfway across the fucking screen by now. I'm glad you guys like this game so much. It's one of, oh, she's not doing it now. If you look on my channel, since I gave her the Firekeeper's eyes, sometimes she will be sitting, you can come back in, you see her holding them in her hands and looking at them and studying them, and there's blood on her hands now, because she has the eyes. You can kind of see it. I can get a little closer. I took a video, but I forgot to mute my Discord, so you just hear like bloop, bloop, bloop in the background. See? There's blood on her hands now. Actually, I kind of like to imagine that means she put the eyes in, and that's why there's blood on her hands, and when she's looking at her hands, it probably means like, oh, she can see again. Which she's not meant to do. So.
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak thine heart's desire. Very well. Then touch the darkness within me. Take nourishment from these sovereignless souls.
She's wonderful, isn't she? I love her. I'm actually wearing half of her clothes. And she has a little prayer, too. I'm gonna
Farewell, Ashen One.
turn down the music so you can hear it.
Mayst thou thy peace discover.
Thank you. As much as I like this music, we're gonna turn it down just so you hear her voice.
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak thine heart's desire. Very well. Then touch the darkness within me. Take nourishment from these sovereignless souls.
Let these souls with gleam in their vessels, manifestations of disparity, elucidated by fire, burrow deep within them, retreating to the darkness beyond the reach of flame. Let them assume a new master, inhabiting ash, casting themselves upon new forms. Let these souls with
I can read it out if you couldn't make out everything she said.
Farewell, Ashen One. Mayst thou thy peace discover.
Yeah, it's very soft, but you can totally hear it. That's another Demon's Souls reference. It's a pity that I can't actually stream Demon's Souls for you guys because it's on the PS3 and I need actual like equipment to do that, and I don't have it. Here, I'll read it for you. Firekeeper's Prayer. She says, "Let these souls, withdrawn from their vessels, manifestations of disparity, elucidated by fire, burrow deep within me, retreating to a darkness beyond the reach of flame. Let them assume a new master, inhabiting ash, casting themselves upon new forms." The level up lady in Demon's Souls was called the Maiden in Black, and she would say a similar spell when she was leveling up. She said, "Soul of the mind, key to life's ether, soul of the lost, withdrawn from their vessels. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended, so the world might be mended." And so the Firekeeper's Prayer is actually referenced, like it says, withdrawn from their vessels right there. And essentially just that's her spell to pull the souls out that you have inside of you and cast it into whatever ability you want it to be or how it's going to strengthen you. And what I like about the Firekeeper or the level up ladies relationship is they're the most important ladies in the game, or they're also definitely the most powerful because you go out and collect the souls, but it's only because of them that you're able to turn that into something that you can actually use. Because otherwise, all you're doing is just running around with souls on you. It's because of her that I'm allowed to even do anything with it. And that's fucking cool. I may lower the sound effect just a tad. Because I can't tell if Midir's voice counts as a sound effect or a voice. So let's turn that to 7. And let's go... Let's go try Midir, I guess. Oh, I'm actually kind of scared. Because he's tough. If you'd like to hear her say the prayer for herself, I can link that to you as well. Because she has a very nice voice. Let me see if this is loud enough. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, the ladies... Shira's voice is very pretty, too. Hopefully you guys will be able to hear it after I go against Midir. Let's get as much lightning as we can. It got confirmed? Wow. Really? I mean, I'm not surprised considering how popular it is. Oh, I didn't mean to stand up. Shit. Okay. Now, I'll explain to you guys what my usual setup is for the Midir fight. I usually have the Ancient Dragon Great Shields because this has a regeneration effect on it. So I have this on. I don't need to cast the regeneration spell. I don't need to have the regeneration ring on because this already has it. I will put on a Chloranthy ring, and I usually put on some type of dark stone plate, but I'm willing to get rid of both of these to have a sorcery boost and an extending of sorcery spell effect, because since I'm going to cast Pestilent Mist, and that is a sorcery, I want it to last long and be as powerful as it can be, so it takes off more of his health. I don't bring in any swords or great swords since that's not really my build. I keep all my catalysts in my right hand, so I can constantly be casting, and then if need be, I will use the shield, but the shield doesn't protect against all physical damage, nor does it protect against all fire damage or dark, which is what he usually does. The shield is just there for regeneration. If you want, you can keep it on your back, and maybe you can two-hand something. Like, you don't have to only use magic, it's just, this is for magic. This is what I do. God, what was I going to do? I just completely forgot. Oh, what is it I wanted to do? I just said it too. A ring, okay. Yeah, that's what I want. I'm actually willing to get rid of that too. So now I have 2 sorcery boosting rings. I have Gwendolyn's Dark Moon Ring, which I'm also willing to get rid of because there are some spells on here that I know I won't use. Flash Sweat I'm not going to use, well, that's pretty useful. I'm probably not going to use this, not going to use this. So now I only have 3 spells equipped, so I don't need the extra ring slots, so I can use this. I could put in whatever I want. I could put in Regeneration, I could put in the Ring of Favor, which is actually pretty good because it gives you more of everything you would need, or Chloranthy Ring. I usually put Chloranthy because I like more stamina. I mean, or I like quicker stamina regeneration. I'm just saying this in case any of you ever do this and you play the same build that I use. I use the Crystal Chime because you can cast sorceries and miracles on it, so that's one less thing I have to carry. And now I only need this in my hand because I can just cast all of these in a row. Now as for armor, I try to get something that is light and has the best dark defense. Witch's Hat. I also try to get it to match because I'm very vain. Frida's is actually pretty good. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to do it several times, but as long as you don't mind, that's fine. It's a cool fight, it's a really cool fight, and the music is beautiful. Like, it's just, all around it's very enjoyable. Alright, I don't match, so I don't like this. We're gonna put on that helm. I'm gonna put on that. Alright, so now you can't see my hideous face, and now I kind of match. Now, you can summon help. There is an NPC you can summon. Most people just will summon actual players, because it's very difficult. I've spent days, just like helping people with Frida, I have spent at least a week every day helping people on Midir. And that did not change when I got to New Game Plus. It just, oh. I actually sometimes forget that I'm on New Game Plus in the Ringed City, because I'm like, oh, why is this so tough? I'm like, oh, everything is at least doubled. in difficulty. There's also a secret. He's a secret boss. Like, he's hidden from you. An ember. And we see this is like a hidden altar worship area where there's silver knights, which is clearly a worship for Gwyn and Orlando. And there is a secret wall here. So people were not meant to either know about Midir or be able to get to him. Felionor's spear ornament. Yay, that's another thing I could turn in. He was meant to be tucked out of sight. Which is honestly pretty heartbreaking if you compare that to what Felionor's condition is. Felionor is held at the highest position in the Ringed City, and Midir is at the bottommost place in the Ringed City. It's sad. And this guy was... If I had not gotten a player in the Spears of the Church boss fight, I would have gotten the corpse of... I mean, the guy who is this corpse, which doesn't make any sense. Like, he would have been alive and fought me. But instead we get his clothes. And this is interesting. An antiquated plain garb. Ordinary garb from an ancient land of sorcery. Ulithil. The gold embellishments betray a faint residue of magic, but this clothing was never intended for battle. When a missionary visited the Ringed City long ago, one of its younger missionaries elected to stay behind. It was he who became the last recorded spear of the church. So he's from Ulithil. So magicians or mages from Ulithil found the Ringed City. They stayed here. Only one of them chose really to remain and dedicate himself to Felionor. And then we see him here kneeling and praying at an altar that leads down to Midir. One of my Dark Souls buddies has a kind of like crackpot theory that he ends up becoming Midir because of some features and some things Midir can do that should be impossible for a dragon. I don't know if I buy that, but I do like that idea. I just think that since he was the last spear of the church, he came down here to die while praying to his princess's other greatest protector. We can summon Shira. She was the one who asked us to fight Midir. She's, I don't know how useful she'll be in the fight, because sometimes she just bugs out and doesn't really work, but, you know, I'd be willing to show her off. Yeah, they figure, my friend's theory is that they somehow were able to transform into Midir. I don't necessarily know how. Although people can become dragons, like that's a thing in the series, or they can ascend to dragonhood status, like we saw that at Archdragon Peak. And that since he was a mage from Ulithil, which was exposed to the Abyss in the Dark, that I haven't really fully looked into the theory. I just know the surface level hypothesis and argument of it. Okay. Much like we went to fight the Demon Prince, we also have to descend into a giant cavern, which I hope you guys will recognize from Dark Souls 1, even though we saw it very briefly. If you know it, you can say it. If you don't, I will tell you. This is where we see in the introduction of Dark Souls 1, correct now, we see the furtive pygmy so easily forgotten picking up the Lord's soul. So right below the Ringed City is where humans got their Dark Soul / Lord Soul. And Gwyn found out, was pretty much terrified about it, and bound the pygmies, progenitor humans, here. Trying to keep it contained, pretty much. So you fight a great dragon in the place technically where it all began. And it's a creature that should be extinct because it was hunted to extinction, fighting a human who was also basically cursed to extinction from the gods. And I think that's awesome. Yep. The path is a circle. Yeah, Shira's already basically gone. Yeah, that's her. Yeah, it was. Yes, he does. He's gonna go into the second phase now, actually. Yes! Oh, I hope he does it. Yes! Oh my god! He uses up his store of darkness and gets so exhausted that he collapses. Oh. If I hadn't brought Shira, he would probably be taking more damage. So I'm not going to bring her. I just wanted to show her off, but she's kind of useless in the fight, honestly. I like her a lot, but she doesn't really do too well against Midir. In my headcanon, the reason why she sucks in a fight with him is because she actually really likes him, so she doesn't want to, like, be good. I'll be right back, hold on. Yeah, honestly, I have a lot of fun fighting him. He's one of my, like, the music, I'm so glad you guys like the music. Like, when it transitions into the second phase and how grand and sweeping everything gets. I don't know if you can hear the violin very clearly over the choir, but the violin is so beautiful in this game. And the main composer, Yuka Kitamura, she's going to be working on Miyazaki's next game with George R.R. Martin. She's going to be composing Elden Ring's music. I'm so excited to hear what she comes up with. Hello, Joe. I'm going to take a quick, like, little 5 minute, not 5 minute, going to take a little quick breaky break. And then we're going to go against Midir. So enjoy me fighting a dragon that's probably going to kick my ass. And make friends, so I'll be right back. Yeah, Midir always gives me some type of trouble. I've never actually fought him alone. So, technically that last attempt wasn't alone either. I had Shira, but she's, like I said, she's not really that useful. And I did pretty well. I thought I got his health down to his name. I consider that a sign of success. So, let's try this again. I think I'm okay. I might give myself more regular Estus, because I'm not running out of Ashen Estus. Well, no, I'll try it again at this. Shira she's just there to, there to deceive you that she could be useful. Yeah, he's a tough old bastard. But I love him.
Yes, Kitty Cat, hello. I have to go fight a dragon, Kitty Cat.
I have fallen down that shaft so many times because I'm just running down the hallway and I forget that it's there and just boop, just right over the edge. Okay, let's see how long I last.
thought he was gonna charge at me. I keep thinking he's gonna charge, that's why I cast it over there. Honestly, standing underneath him is pretty safe, as nuts as that sounds. Because he can't get you there. Oh, we're never doing that again. Yeah, when he goes into his second phase, it gets more frantic. Oh, fuck. Oh. That was risky. I'm trying to keep him in the mist. But see how, like, standing under him is actually pretty useful? Because he can't get you. I say as he punches me in the back. I have to be really, really, really careful. I have no healing. Fuck. Oh my god! How? Holy shit, I did it! Holy shit, I did it! Oh my god! How much health did I have? Oh, it's regenerating, so I can't tell, but oh my god. Is it regenerating? Oh, it's not, because I had 25 hit points. I had 25 hit points. I'm gonna go treat myself to a couple Oreos, because I can't believe I fucking did that. I'll be right back. Thank you guys. Yeah, now my dear can rest in peace. I love him so much. And we got his soul. If you look very closely, see in the center, there's those two little white dots that, you could try to full screen it. I think you could see it better there. Those look like the eyes of humanity. And part of my friend's theory about, it's her crack theory, so take it with, I guess, a grain of salt or a tinfoil hat. The reason why she thinks Half-Light, the guy who was praying at the altar, ended up becoming Midir is like, well, dragons don't have humanity. And dragons shouldn't have dark. And yes, he's Dark Eater Midir, so he's been consuming it, but the fact that he's able to cast that affinity spell, which basically shoots humanity at us, it's like he should not be able to do that. I assume that, okay, well, yeah, he's down fighting the dark. of course he's gonna like gain something associated with it. But yeah, that's my friend's crackpot theory. And his soul, you see in the center, it looks like there's humanity at the center of it. But yeah, it also looks like the transposing kiln, which we gave Lothric. That's how we can use boss souls to create weapons. I don't necessarily know what that means. I guess a transposing kiln is related to a dragon soul, but I don't think that either. I'm probably overthinking that. Anyway, let's read his thingy. Soul of Dark Eater Midir. Midir, descendant of archdragons, was raised by the gods, and owing to his immortality was given a duty to eternally battle the dark, a duty that he would never forget even after the gods perished. So, now that I think of it, every single boss you fight in the Ringed City DLC is eternally imprisoned to a task either assigned to them by the gods, or is a kind of like a curse put upon them just through association. We have Demon in Pain and Demon from Below, who are hive minds of the Demon Prince and actually merge into him because they all share the chaos fire of him. We had Half-Light, or Spear of the Church, but if we go by Half-Light being the canon boss there, he was the last sworn dedicated member of the church, and no matter how many times someone tries to disturb Filianor's sleep, even though he is dead, he has to be brought back to fight and defend her. We have Midir, who was given the eternal, endless task of fighting the dark and being corrupted and consumed by it, as Shira tells us. Even after the gods died, he still stuck with it. We have Filianor is not a boss, sadly, but she also has a thankless, eternal task put upon her. And there is one more person that I mentioned back in the Ashes of Ariandel DLC, who has an eternal, thankless task, one put on him by the gods, and one that he chose for himself, and that is Gale. We also got... I like that he drops this. We can protect Filianor now. I really like that he drops that. It's sweet. Spears of the Church. A green-rusted ornament of young grass, the crest of Princess Filianor, equipped to join Spears of the Church Covenant. The Spears of the Church watch over the princess's slumber, and when the church is compromised by a trespasser, the Judicator summons them as loyal spirits to eliminate the threat. Summoned automatically while this is equipped. Loyal spirits summoned as Spears of the Church are granted a blessing of protection. It's because you have Galaxy Brain Syndrome, Taylor. Okay. Whenever I fight him on my Generis build, I always have her either either do this because she's, you know, sad that she killed a dragon because it's her baby, or I have her do this, which is just to like show that she's sworn to him. And sometimes people get it. Sometimes people know what I'm doing. Is there a bonfire down here? I don't think so. Happiness. I don't think there is. Well, because she didn't know you were in the stream. Is that enough for a level? I think it is, actually. Yes. Alright, well, Midir was so kind as to give us a shit ton of souls, and his souls. So let's go see what to do before we end this. Well, we have two more bosses, actually. We have Gale, surprise, and then we have the game's final proper boss. Which, if you guys are emotional before, get ready and don't spoil it, please. No spoils.
Welcome home, Ashen One. Speak thine heart's desire. Very well. Then touch the darkness within me. Take nourishment from these sovereignless souls.
The bonfire's lit!
Farewell, Ashen One. Mayst thou thy peace discover.
Okay, let's go back to our proper setup here. guess I'll die indeed. No, I can't use lightning. No, I could use lightning. I'm thinking of the wrong boss. You cried during Twin Princes? Oh, I understand. I get really emotional about some of these bosses too. I'm genuinely surprised I have not cried on stream. Which sounds really silly, but it's just... first of all, I'm a sap, so don't judge me. Second, I get very emotionally invested in games that I play. This is known Khaleesi. And I really love this game. I love the whole Souls series, honestly. Like Demons, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and Elden Ring when it comes out. Well, that's not Souls, but you know what I mean. Like, the games just mean so much to me, so this one in particular is pretty important. So, yeah. Twin Princes hurt enough on their own, but what's the extra twist of the knife is that Prince Lothric's voice actor is Gwendolyn. And you're just like, oh, like it's... Especially knowing what happens to him, that you hear his voice again, is just like, oh, Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn is best boy. Like, you're absolutely right, Taylor. Good point. Okay, now I could go back to all the shit I had before. Let's put one of those on. And we could put that on. And I don't really use pyromancies, but just put that on. Oh, wait. This is going to be useless. Greatsword might be fine. I don't think that's too slow. Ah, shit. That might be okay. Anything where I don't have to get too close to this boss, I'm willing to, like, I'm willing to equip, because I do not want to get close to him in his other phases. Oh, thank you, Lala! He is! He's the hardest boss in Dark Souls 3. He's, yeah. But to be fair, the Pestilent Mist pretty much did the job. All I had to do was just time dodges. That was it. And, I went with really light armor in. I had pretty high invincibility frames, so my dodges, even if they were a little off, had a better chance of being missed. See, like, my equip load is like 18 out of 56. Like, that's... My weight ratio is only 32%. Like, that's not bad. But thank you! Sometimes you just get really lucky. I'm actually sad he didn't do this one attack that I really wanted to show you guys. It's he flies up into the air and goes across the entire arena, like, just firing fire down on you. But he fly, like, you see his wings all spread out. It's beautiful. Like, I really wish you guys could have seen that. Because his design is great, and his movements, like... Ugh. Ugh, I'm really glad you guys liked that boss fight. But thank you. I mean, I worked really hard to get competent at this game. And then sometimes I'm like, oh, well, that was dumb. Like, you saw that in, which boss? Demon Prince. That fight, I would sometimes just land and they would just smack me and I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm dead. But that fight's a bit shit when you land, because you land and you don't have much time to recover and they're already running at you and you're just like, ugh. So, yeah. Nope, this. I doubt I'm going to be pulled in, but, you know, I just like to have it on anyway, for when I'm in New Game Plus. Okay. I have to think of what weapon I want to use. I've had a lot of success using the Onyx Blade against him, because it has a good poke. So I could try that. And I don't think he uses magic. He definitely does not use dark, so you know what, we're gonna... Ooh.
we're gonna go with the full Joker cosplay that I came up with. Oh, yeah. Notifications have been messing up. I know that, and I'm really sorry. You know what? This next boss, I probably will have to do. I genuinely will have to do multiple attempts on because he's pretty difficult. So if right now you want to go back and watch the fight, you can do that. Also, I do have some items I can go around and pick up, which... Actually, no, there's a whole side quest I can do. Okay. So if you want to go back and watch it, Taylor, it's probably good, like 3 or 4 minutes. That's just fine. I have a side quest I have to do, which is not that important, and that doesn't really matter. So, I could do that, and then you can catch up, okay? Okay. Well, I mean, sorry, I'm sorry you missed it. I know I didn't do anything, but just like, oh shit, I'm sorry. Because you're not the first person who's told me that. Like, several people are like, hey, my notification, I didn't get it, so they show up like 2 hours late and I feel terrible. But yeah, go back and watch. I'm just gonna do this. And this is how I get a good miracle, so I'm totally okay with doing this side quest, but, you know, whatever. So remember that guy we met who looks like he belongs in Bloodborne, and he gave us an item that allows us to invade other people's worlds? He's the one who told us to give ourselves to Rosaria, the grub mom. Now, he will show up in her chamber after we give her 1 pale tongue. And you cannot do this quest until you finish Cirrus's. If you start this before you finish Cirrus's quest, she will not help you anymore. So I'd like to wait until pretty late in the game to do this because I like Cirrus a lot. So, okay. So I gave her a pale tongue. It means I'm dedicated to her now. And he immediately shows up. That's creepy. And now he's here. He wasn't here before, but now he is.
So, you've chosen to serve Rosaria after all. She will be pleased with me for finding her another finger. But be warned, my friend. Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. Like Yellowfinger, you can choose to believe that all fingers share camaraderie. But do not force your romance upon the rest of us.
He's referring to Yellowfinger Hazel. She's the girl who had that giant corn chip hat who kept invading me in like the forest and the swamp. He's saying, oh, she thought that was like a friendly invasion. She thought we were doing that just because we're buddies. He's like, but no, that's not what this is about.
Rosaria's fingers need only fetch tongues for their mistress. Otherwise, we are free, unchained. You are free to believe that all fingers share camaraderie. But do not force your romance upon the rest of us.
And that's a hint, like, okay, yeah, you serve her, but doesn't mean we're buddies. Like, we have no allegiance to each other. We owe each other nothing. Now, let's see. This reloads the area. No, not yet. Okay, then I have to go somewhere else, and then I gotta come back here to reload the zone, because then something will change. Yeah, he's got a nice voice, doesn't he? He reminds me of Marvelous Chester, but Chester had the better voice because his voice was so, like, weirdly, endearingly cocky. And also his voice is Jorah's voice from Bloodborne, and I kind of like Jorah. Don't judge me. Yeah, DJ URA. He's the one with the Gatling gun in Old Yarnum. You can actually talk to him and be friends with him, but that happens later in the game. Okay. So Leonhard found out that we serve Rosaria, and he says, well, we don't owe each other anything, blah, blah, blah. All you have to do is give her a tongue. Haha. And now she's not alive anymore. Examine. We could still use her for, you know, the offer a pale tongue or use her services, but she's not doing too well. Black Eye Orb. This is a reference to a quest in Dark Souls 1 where you free someone from a prison, and he goes and sits in front of your Firekeeper at Firelink Shrine, and he just stares at her, and he's just like, thanks for getting me out, my friend. Like, I'll return the favor. And he just kind of sits there ominously and stares at her. And then once you go about your merry way and you like ring both bells of awakening, and then you go back to Firelink, you find that the Firekeeper is dead, and you find a Black Eye Orb. And it allows you to invade the worlds of the Firekeeper's killer, or invade the worlds of the guilty, it says. With this, you invade the world specifically of Rosaria's killer. Arcane orb left on Rosaria's corpse. Have faith her soul can be retrieved by invading the world for killer and returning victorious. The black eye is proof of vengeance, but often appears serene as it casts its gaze toward Irithyll. That's a hint that the guy who killed her can be found in Irithyll. Which again, Dark Souls 1 reference. Because in Dark Souls 1 you had to go to Anor Londo. So... yeah, if you sneak in through the back of Old Yarnum after you defeat Dark Beast Parl, and then you climb up his ladder, he's like, oh, how'd you get in here? And then, since he didn't see you fighting any of the beasts of Old Yarnum, he asks you to make a promise that you won't hurt them. And then since you become buddies, he gives you a badge so you can buy a bunch of stuff. And then after that, you can't, when you leave Old Yarnum, like if you're running up towards the main entrance, you can't hurt any of them. Otherwise he will start attacking you. Because you broke your promise. That's fine. Most people don't know that that's a thing, so it's totally fine. Now, I might die here. Because this guy's kind of tricky. Or, I say that just as like as a caveat in case I definitely do die. So I don't think I want this sword. I think I want my dagger. He can be kind of tricky for me, I mean. And this lets you know, okay, you have to use the orb. I find it interesting that it starts to react when you're in Guinevere's bedchamber. Which, to me, I think that means that Rosaria is connected to the gods of Anor Londo in some way. I don't think she's Guinevere, but I do think she is one of Guinevere's children, considering that Pontiff and his pals were collecting gods of Anor Londo to feed to Aldrich. I think that they kept her in the Cathedral of the Deep. And his armor's pretty cool.
Well, never expected to see you here. Couldn't resist her any longer in all her festering glory. And now you want to ravage her soul as well. I sow the seeds, I'll prune the mess. I, Leonard, swear so upon my vows.
Yeah, he's smart when it comes to magic. It's annoying. Ugh. Just like a real invader. Oh, you're a pain in my dick here, dude. Aw. I bet he's probably easy to parry. Ah, god damn it, I forgot. I have no poise. Can I, like... I totally can! Like, can I cheese him through, like, the pillar?
With her soul. Isn't flesh enough for a sick beast?
Are you implying that I'm gonna use her weird mama's grub corpse? Because, no. Uh-oh. I'll just fight you around the pillar. Cat, please don't lick the bag of chips. That's weird. This is honestly kind of fun. Because I hate him, so there's definitely no way I want to fight fair. It does break the lock-on, which is a little annoying. Oh, he can't heal anymore. Perfect. Woo!
Blessed Rosaria.
Yay. Oh, thank you for going back, Taylor. You started crying through the fight and made you so emotional. I know exactly how you feel. Oh, like when you get his health halfway down and then he charges up with the dark and the dark fire bursts out of it and the music swells. It's just, oh, you really get the impression, like, what I love about the music in Dark Souls 3, probably more than 1 or 2, is almost all of the songs really give you the sense that what you're doing is an emotionally heightened or just a something very significant. I don't want to say epic, but that really is what it is. It's that every single boss fight, technically, except for Deacon's the Deek, that one's kind of a crap boss, could be a final boss because of just the music applied to them and just the significance of them and just how intense they are. Like, every single Lord of Cinder fight is fucking amazing. Like, whether they have a gimmick or not, like, it's just so good. And the Midir fight is meant to be sort of like the bow on top of the Dark Souls trilogy. Like, that Midir is, that's it. You close out the series with him. And that's why that fight feels so powerful and so moving and just so significant. Like, oh, I'm so glad, like, I feel weird saying that, like, I'm glad you had that reaction because I don't want you to cry, but I completely understand that reaction. Anyway, so I have Rosaria's Soul, which looks really weird. I have the Crescent Moon Sword, which is what he was using against me, and I have his hat. Let's put on his Bloodborne hat. He look pretty dope. Alright, then let's read what we got. Soul of Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth. It looks... I've never seen a soul like that. It looks... I don't even know what it looks like. It's not even fire. It looks like it's just this shriveled wound, really. Oh, yeah, it was completely cinematic. I know. That's also why I like Dark Souls 3 as opposed to 1 or 2. 1 is fantastic because it started the series, I will admit that. And I think the final boss of that one is and Arturius. Those are the two I would... Manus, maybe 2. Those 3 fights, I think, are the most cinematic in that game, but in Dark Souls 3, pretty much all of them have that kind of feel to it. Okay, anyway. Soul of Rosaria, Mother of Rebirth, stolen by Ringfinger Leonard. Return this to her extant corpse, and Mother Rosaria will spring back to life, as if nothing has ever happened. You can do that if you want. You don't get anything new
by giving her soul back. You can still use her abilities without giving the soul back. And in fact, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to get a miracle, a really good miracle from her soul, which is, again, to me, that's evidence that ties her to Guinevere, and you will see shortly why. Crescent Moon Sword. Ringfinger Leonard's weapon of choice, a type of shotel imbued with the power of the moon. Leonard set out on a journey of rebirth, but decided instead to serve the goddess as a knight, and inherited this weapon. So I guess he wanted to change himself, but instead was going to stay as, I guess, awful as he was, and then dedicate himself to her regardless. Oh, and his hat. Silver Mask of Ringfinger Leonard. I keep saying his name wrong, so just deal with it, sorry. In his youth, Leonard, suffered grave burns to his entire body. His face in particular, which he hid beneath his mask, was terribly scalded. He abstained from restoring these injuries even after becoming a Finger of Rosaria. He seems to have like a weird yandere, almost possessiveness over her. Like, you heard what he was saying to me during the fight. Or he's just like, isn't it enough that you have her body? Why do you want her soul now too? And he was jealous that we became a Finger of Rosaria because he saw how capable we were and didn't want us to get too close to her or too loyal to her, and he's just like, no, I don't think so. It does look like string cheese, you are right. Alright, let's go back to Firelink. Make some use of the souls we got. I can't remember what you can get from Madeira. I think you get a weapon, and there's something else. I don't think it's a spell. Oh! This is it. Since I gave her the eyes, I mean, her hands are always going to be covered in blood now, but people think she's holding the eyes in her hand and looking at them, which does make sense. I think instead she's actually looking at her hands, because if you give her back the eyes, she's like, well, we're not meant to have sight. Like, do you really want me to keep these? And you say yes, and she's just like, all right. And I choose to believe the reason why her hands are bloody is because she put them back in her eyes. Like, they're not her eyes, but she put them in. And now she's able to actually see for the first time. So that's why she's kind of looking at her hands, like her sight is restored to her. Yeah, she's lovely. She's really cool. That's why I'm partially wearing her clothes. Her outfit is really, really gorgeous. Let's talk to our buddy.
Aha, thou returned.
I have to raise the voices.
Fine day it is. So, happened upon any twisted souls?
Oh, yeah. You get a Moonlight Greatsword from Dark Eater Midir. A memory of an old sword found deep within Midir. This is a reference to a Kingsfield game, which is a From Software game before Dark Souls. She doesn't, but I'll go look, just to be sure. Old Moonlight, memory of an old sword found deep within Midir. This sorcery uses souls to grant form to the thought, and attack with it. Wow, I did not read that line. I forgot that. You give your thoughts form and attack with your thoughts in a greatsword moon form. Holy fuck. Attacks are coupled with light waves, and sustaining the stance before attacking increases their speed and potency. The sword is named after Moonlight, but it is slightly different than the one fashioned of the Pale Drake Seath. Perhaps it is rooted in an older memory from not long after the beginning. And I can use it. So, the other thing you can get is a katana, I believe? Frayed Blade. Dragon weapon symbolizing Dark Eater Midir. The once exquisite blade is now stained black and frayed at the hilt. Without its sheath, it will soon crumble into nothing. It's pretty cool. It's, you know, it's not for me because it's a dex weapon. But yeah, so we're gonna get the Moonlight Blade. And Rosaria's soul gives us a miracle very similar, if not the same, as a Guinevere miracle. And that's why I think Rosaria is connected to Guinevere, and is probably her daughter. Special miracle granted by Princess of Sunlight. It's Guinevere. Gradually restores a large amount of HP for self and those in the vicinity. The miracles of Guinevere, loved as both mother and wife, bestow their blessing on a great many warriors. getting that too.
Hi, Kitty.
I took the mantle of Lord of Cinder of mine own volition. I speak these words with pride. Choose thy fate alone. Seize it with thine own hands. All the more should thy fate impale such foul betrayal.
That line's interesting because Lothric has warned us, like, treat the Firekeeper with courtesy, and he tells us repeatedly, I chose to be a Lord of Cinder, and giving the Firekeeper eyes is going to show her something she was never meant to see, and it gives us two sides of an argument, because he gives us a good reason for not going down a path of letting the Age of Fire die, but then right there he says, I chose to do this of my own free will, and you should choose the path and pick your fate for yourself, especially if your fate involves a betrayal. The ending I am going for is called, I think, Secret Betrayal. That's why the music in this game became more somber. That's why the Firekeeper was a little hesitant to take the eyes, and she's like, okay, well, I serve you, like we work together, then we'll do it. And then she gives you an out. She says, if you ever want to go back or change this, just kill me and take the eyes and I'll come back, it's fine. So she's pretty cool, but, you know, I'm not going to do that. She's going to keep the eyes. But then Lothric, even though giving us that warning, says that we can choose what we want to do. And I think the fact that he prefaces that statement by saying that he chose to do this means he wanted to be a Lord of Cinder. We had no choice of being a Lord of Cinder. We were brought back from the dead and made to be one. So Lothric is probably one of the better characters in this game because, you know, he won't hold it against you basically if you don't keep the Age of Fire going. He's a good egg. But okay, I'll look behind her and see if she's holding anything. No, I don't think so, but I'll go on this side too. Yeah, no, it's just her hands. And often, I mean, she wasn't holding eyes when I gave them to her, but she did look at them as if they were there, so it could just be like they just didn't put the eyes in her hand, which is fine. But that's why I choose to believe it's because she can see her hands for first time in a very long time, so she's just kind of admiring it or fascinated by it. Okay. Alright, that's a miracle. Oh, 2 slots? No. That is only 1. Okay, that's a good sorcery to have. What else did I want? I do really want something I could throw at him. Oh yeah, it was this. Okay. We're in the final stretch of Dark Souls 3, everybody. That's a good point, Lala. And I do want to finish the Akechi Bloodborne thing. That should not take long at all. I could probably finish that tomorrow, actually. Blue Jay did want me to help them on a boss in Bloodborne, so we're probably going to do that tonight, depending on how well I do on these next two bosses. And then depending on whether or not Blue Jay needs help on other ones, we can honestly just go right into the Akechi thing. So then it's complete. Then my schedule's completely clear until Tuesday for Royal. Although I kind of want to do streams over the weekend, just so you guys have something to watch. So then that might just be a New Game Plus run. Maybe I'll do like a challenge, like only use one sorcery, something like that. I'll make it interesting for us. Do I really want to keep using this? I don't know. Oh. Excuse me. Yeah, I had to order it digitally. I had a pre-order for the Steelbook version, but I got an email from Amazon saying like, hey, it's probably going to be delayed because they're prioritizing different items at this moment. Oh, I have to talk to Shira. Shit. Yes, I think you will love it very much, Taylor. Shit. I meant to, since Shira asked us to go after Madeira, she will tell us something new now. So I have to go talk to her. So yeah, and I'm not tired, honestly. It's like 2 a.m. here, but I'm not sleepy at all. So I can keep going for a while. I will probably have to do a few practices of Bloodborne because I am not used to the controls anymore. Oh, you're welcome, Blue Jay. I'm really glad you like it. I know it's tough. Like that game is like you're running into a brick wall with your head face first, and then eventually you get okay at it. Like I don't think it's from me. I have it muted. Yeah, I'm not tired at all. I'll be fine. And the music in Bloodborne is great too. Like, if you thought the music in Dark Souls 3 is good, Bloodborne music is just as good because it's made by the same woman. Alright, this may not go well because I'm gonna have to run past a bunch of shit, and I'm gonna have to kill at least 2 of these big fuckers, and I don't do too well against them. So, oh, I should take this off. Boop. Also, I may die. I keep saying that, but it's also very true. Am I looking forward to the most? Let me think. I don't know if there's any one thing in particular. Since I am going to play it in English, I am really looking forward to hearing how the translation has improved and what the English voices sound like now, because I really did not like the original localization translation thing. It was very bad. It sounded like early 2000s anime translating, where everything was like as literal as it could be. Nah, shit. So it just wasn't good. It was not natural. And that was to its detriment. But what I've seen of the English translation now is actually really fucking good. And it feels like, you know, each character has their own distinct voice now, and it's written in a way that's an actual, you know, decent story. Like a decently translated story. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Since I already played it, I already played the Japanese version. Nothing's really going to be new for me. Some things will probably be cleared up because I could only translate so much as I was playing it. So I would like to be able to play it without having to worry about, like, translating on the fly. But I'd say I'm looking forward to doing a challenge run. Like, I'm going to play on... Oh, wow. Cool. I'm going to play on Merciless, I think, or not Merciless, on hard mode. And I'm either going to only use Arsene, or I'm only going to use Justice Arcana Persones. So, yeah. Neither did I. I did not think I would kill him in one shot. That's why I said, oh, I might die here. But daggers have really good critical attacks. Is he coming up this whole way? He better not be coming up this whole fucking way. Oh my god. Oh my god, don't see me. Oh my god, please don't see me. Plunging attacks are great.
My most humble thanks. 'Tis thanks to thee the dragon had knocked from his vows. Please, take this. The final gift of thanks.
She gives us a slab.
Now, hasten on thy journey, but wake not the slumbering princess, as the fire waneth does she lie by the dark. All for the sake of man.
This is why I had to talk to her before I went any further, because she's telling us, please don't disturb her sleep. She's acting as a guard between the dark and you, and she's doing it for you. And that's true, but Filianor is also being used as a stopgap measure to the last-ditch effort to keep the Age of Fire alive. And that's not fair. It's not fair to her. It's not fair to humans. It's not fair to the world, really. You want to go away, dude?
Oh, thou art now a sphere of the church. What a wonderful, blessed day this is. With a sphere such as thee, surely the princess will slumber most gently, and the dear's vows will be honoured. I must thank thee, as a servant of the princess, and a dear friend to Medea. May thy travels be resplendent with glory.
I wish there was an ending where you could protect Filianor. That I thought would be great, especially since you swear yourself as a spear of the church, and Shira's like, oh, cool, great, I'm sure you're going to help us. But that's not an option. You have to choose to end things, or you have to choose, basically, make a very hard choice.
As the fire waneth, does she lie by the dark.
Oh.
But now with thee to shelter her sleep, bless ye, spears of the church. May thy travels be resplendent with glory.
Oh. Oh my god, I just realized you could totally do a Sleeping Beauty bad end thing. Like, make it a bad ending as like an angsty Shuake AU if you wanted. Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys. Oh my god, let me listen to it one more time.
As the fire waneth, does she lie by the dark. But now with thee to shelter her sleep, bless ye, spears of the church. May thy travels be resplendent with glory.
The whole idea of sheltering someone's sleep, or when their sleep is used in a magical sense. Yeah. I might actually write that. Oh no, Blue Jay, what happened? The original P5 translation sounded very awkward. See, I didn't really like the English voices that much. And I'm not saying I don't think that they were bad actors. That's not the case. I just didn't really like it. I liked a couple of them, but I could not get past the fact that these people could not pronounce Japanese names correctly. I don't understand. And not even correctly, but inconsistent. There would be some people who would say the names properly, and then some people would be like, Sakamoto, Takamaki. And I'm just like, what the fuck is that? Like, you people, I know for a fact you people have done like anime persona bullshit before. You know how to pronounce Japanese names, but And like that's a little thing. I'm not saying that the voices, are bad because of pronunciations. It's just that was one of the things, and I also just didn't like some of the voices. So I was just like, So that's why, honestly, playing in English is going to be a test of my patience, because that's just a nitpicky kind of small annoyance of mine, and hopefully I can stick with it. If I have a problem, I will. You know what? If I have a problem, I will probably stick to Japanese, and then for like Akechi's scenes, I'll switch over to English so people can hear Robbie, and then for third semester, I'll keep it in English. But it's just I can't. I only have so much patience within me, y'all. There's a term for that when you... Pet peeve, there we go. That's my pet peeve. Because I figured, the people would be more interested in hearing how Robbie does the new dialogue in the Confidant things, and then the third semester is all new, so I'd want people to hear that. But yes, the first time we came to the Ringed City, Filianor's resting place, which is this, was the first thing that we saw. Dark Souls has a habit of when you first enter an area, you will look at the final zone. It will be right in front of you. And that spot over there, see that behind this tower, there's that whole section, like that little building? That's where we first showed up. We just went full circle. Are you ready? No. May the flames guide thee. Oh. Isn't it cool? Oh. Let's take another look at the Ring City for Lala's sake, because it's lovely here. It's really pretty. Yes, kitty cat, it's pretty here. And again, there's vines and vegetation, there's ivy. Filianor is presented as someone who preserves and encourages life and growth. But, beneath all of that, see that dark swamp? That's the dark, capital D, oozing up from the bottom of the world and slowly taking over the Ringed City. So even though she acts as a preservation of life and light, the dark is still coming up. It's still, it's still a threat. And this is Filianor. She is holding Midir's egg, and she's resting on it while she sleeps. She is based off of an anime OVA movie called Angel's Egg, which was created when the director-writer went through a huge crisis of faith and basically became an atheist instead of a Christian. And Angel's Egg is about holding on to blind faith, but then how holding on to that can actually prevent you from moving forward and progressing past the thing that frightens you. And Angel's Egg, a little girl in this completely destroyed apocalyptic city finds an egg, and she's convinced that there is an angel inside of it. And she's like, all I have to do is just keep it safe, keep it warm, and it will hatch. And she meets this old warrior who takes care of her, and he asks her, what's the deal with the egg? And she explains that there's something inside of it that I have to keep it safe until it hatches. And he is pretty much convinced, no, there's nothing in there. It's not going to hatch. It's probably dead. You should just let it go. Pretty much the idea of you have to move on. You can't keep clinging to this thing there's no proof that it'll actually help you. It's just you're wasting your time, which is not meant to be all faith is stupid. It's just faith that holds you back. And clinging to a hope just because you're scared or clinging to a belief just because you're scared is no way to live. And so Filianor is inspired by that visually and also thematically, but not for her sake. It's it's her father, it's Gwyn, where he's clinging to the hope that he can keep back the dark. He's clinging to the hope that, you know, it's fine with fire, with my powers, with my curse, with my soul, like I can do this. But as we see, even the ringed city itself, with the dark coming up out of the ground, with it corrupting the dragon that was meant to fight it, even with how do I put it? Even just with I almost said Londor. Even with Lordran and Lothric itself, like the dark it can't be beaten or denied for long. It will find a way to come through. And I love her bedchamber because there's like bushes and there's plants and there's like little flowers. It's so pretty. But yeah, she's holding Midir's egg. I think that's the cutest thing, because I like to imagine that she was brought here with Midir when he was just in the little egg, and he hatched right before she fell asleep. Yeah. So. Touch the embraced shell. This is what we saw in the very, very, very beginning of the game, in the intro. We saw the pilgrims walking through this. Filianor's sleep was keeping back the dark, and basically the end of time. And as we know from this game, light equals time. Ulaseel's magic was all light-based magic, and involved the manipulation of time. Now let's see if I have it here. The repair spell. It's a lost sorcery from Ulaseel, land of ancient golden sorceries. While the effects of this spell are rather subtle, its foundations are a well-guarded secret. Light is time, and the reversal of its effects is a forbidden art. To reverse the progress of time is forbidden. And it's a lost art. It's clearly a magic that not everyone is meant to use. Now, what does the Chloranthy ring do? It restores your stamina faster, which means it manipulates time. Because instead of you having to wait for your stamina to regenerate, it increases it. And Filianor is associated with the Clerianthy ring. She's associated with greenery. She's associated with light. So she's holding back the Age of Fire from going to its very, 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 very last few moments. That's why Shira says that she stands between mankind and the dark, as the fire waneth. She's that. Think of her as like this last barrier between the Age of Fire and a puff of air that's going to blow it out. And now we moved so far forward in time that the world has converged to this ashen little sphere, basically. That's this building we were just in, that's her tower. But the world has collapsed so much under piles of ash that instead of it being a tower high in the sky, it's just this crumbling ruin. In the distance there, that's Lothric. It has fallen so far and is now very close to the ruins of the Ring City. The world is condensing to this tiny, tiny point. Think of it as like the Big Crunch. Instead of a Big Bang where the universe expands outward, it's a big crunch as everything condenses and pulls together into this tiny, smushed spot. So that's Lothric. And way over there, that's Anor Londo. Or Irithyll, but it's definitely Anor Londo based on the architecture. So all of time has condensed to this one spot. Yes. Not with a bang, but a whimper. Exactly. Now, we're not the only one here. It's, yeah, it's ash. In the sky, you can see the sun is... You can see stars, too, which I think is really pretty. I've never seen stars in a Dark Souls game. And you can see the stars up there. Now this, I'm definitely sure I'm gonna die. And I genuinely 100% mean that. I've only ever been able to beat her one way. Do you know how Filianor was thanking us?
I've searched for thee, dark.
I mean, Shira was.
I am Shira, daughter of the Duke, descendant of gods, and trusted friend to Medea. At once, I am the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of the dark. Thou shalt not go unpunished for thy treachery, thy profanity, and thy shameless yearning.
Her accolades are amazing. Where she says, the fear of the dark. Like, the fire of dark is afraid of her. How fucking cool is that? And it's like, long have I searched for thee. She has gone through God knows how many arcs of time to find us and kick our ass. She's tough, by the way. She's a lot more useful here than she was with the deer. I need to get closer to her, but it's tough. Right? Exactly, Blue Jay. Yeah, this game in particular has very, very antiquated English. The way they speak is in very antiquated English. They didn't do that in the other games. In this one, they speak the way the people of Ulasil did. Which is cool. I have to turn up her voice, because her voice is very soft, but... yeah. The only way I've been able to defeat her is by cheesing her, because she's tough. For me, she's tough with all the builds that I have. So what I do is I do this, and I backstab her, or I cast this. Because if she can't hear you or see you, this is what Hidden Body does. It makes you nearly invisible. So if she can't hear or see you, she'll just stand there and kind of like look around and wait for you to show up again. So what we're gonna do, because Shira has proven she will beat my ass, yeah, we're gonna be super sneaky. We're gonna be a phantom thief, and we are literally a phantom! Ha 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 ha!
We just gotta survive the way out of this room.
I've searched for thee, dark-stricken creature. I am Shira, daughter of the Duke, descendant of gods, and trusted friend to Medea. At once, I am the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of the dark. Thou shalt not go unpunished for thy treachery, thy profanity, and thy shameless yearning.
Yeah, see, she doesn't know where we are. So what we're gonna do is we'll see if this works. I doubt it. And since she can't see me, she just gives up. Well, listen, she'll kick my ass, so I have no choice. She healed herself! I forget she does that! Oh, I have to... What do I have to do? I have to do a Huzima what's this on her. This. Huzima what's this? I can't think of words right now. Oh no, she sees me. Oh god. Oh god. No you don't. You see nothing. You see nothing. See? Nothing. Yeah, I beat Midir alone second time. So, you know, I can choose her. Yes, I have a hunter charm. Thank you. I don't know if that got her, but I can just keep throwing them at her. I could backstab her too, honestly. Okay, yeah, that's much better. Sorry, Shira. Oh, damn it, I forgot. Bye. I think I'll just keep doing this, honestly. Because now I'm actually, you know, stabbing her. Oh, Shira. Nah, she'll be fine. They only heal a couple times, like 2 or 3. I think she heals at most maybe 4. Yeah, she can't anymore. And she dies, cursing our name. I love her. We get her weapon, which is the body of a pygmy king on a stick. I am not joking. I don't know why she has this fucking weapon. It's kind of ridiculous. It's called the Crucifix of the Mad King. A cross spear hung with a malformed corpse. Once a mad king was born to the pygmy royalty, and Shira, knight of Filianor, put him to rest. But Shira's cross spear, unable to kill the undying king, only pinned itself to him. Shira delivered them together to a dark room where she stayed and held them close. Skill, Mad King's Folly. Slam a malformed corpse into the ground to briefly awaken it, then fillet with strong attack to trigger a roar, a blessing, or vexation. That means one of 3 things can happen after you do the special attack for this. And yeah, his body is just kind of clinging to this. It's a halberd, so you do the
smush and the smash. Yeah, she's fucking great. I love her. You can get her outfit, and she has a little tiara, so I'm gonna get it. And then there's this weird fucking thing. Like, I've used this weapon very rarely because of this. And that means it's gonna follow me and explode, so it sucks. But that's useful because you can run into a circle of enemies, basically, and then just hit them. It yells. And that just gave me some poise. Yeah, and that's the body screaming. This weapon's pretty dope, I gotta say. Can I, like, wield it? Yeah, I have just enough strength, and I have a lot of faith. So you know what? If I go New Game Plus, we're gonna have Ren use this. He's gonna beat things with a dead king. Well, here's the thing. She used her spear on him, and he got stuck to it, and she couldn't actually get him off of it, so she's like, fine. It's the Mad King, but he sounds like a demon. His skull was screaming. Alright, now let's go get our clothes. I want to be pretty. Isn't that cool? I remember when I got this weapon, I was like, what the fuck? Like, it's...
Really, no. Help me. Please. The Red Hood is come to eat us. To eat our dark soul.
This is one of the Pygmy Kings who ruled the Ringed City. He's really not doing too well. Someone tried to eat him, and his head is almost completely severed from his neck because something was gnawing on him. He has a little crown, which I think is cute. He's got a little robe, but he's not doing well. He crawled all the way from that pit. And I feel terrible that he's begging Filianor to help him. I'm just gonna leave him be. I don't want to hurt him. Like I said, I'm going to go get Shira's clothes because they're pretty. So, yeah. Like, sorry, buddy, I kind of killed your princess. Didn't mean to do it. All I did was touch the egg. Crawling downstairs to get a snack. And yeah, Riza, I love the lore of this one. I honestly think the Ring City is the best DLC in the Dark Souls series. Artorias of the Abyss is pretty fantastic, but Ringed City is not only one they planned from the beginning, not that I'm saying Artorias wasn't, but it's something they were willing to show you on the cover art for Dark Souls 3. And the opening cinematic, you see the end of time. You see the end of the Age of Fire with the world reduced to a cinder. Which is really cool. Alright. Alright, now let's go get our clothes. That's another fun thing about killing people and bosses in this game. Is if they're like humanoid-esque, you can just wear their clothes. Kind of like, I guess if you're a hunter and you like kill your enemies and use them as trophies. Oh, excuse me, please don't hit me. I'm so sorry, Goodbye. Bye. This is where Shira used to be. And the doors finally open. And we can see the chamber that she was in. Do you mind? I don't think this is where the Pygmy Kings had actual thrones. So this is just where she was chilling. And this shrine with the Silver Knights and everything. And then this is presumably Shira's corpse. I don't even want to comment because you're doing a good job of it. Aww. Aww. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Riza. Shira's crown. Crown of Shira, knight in service to Filianor. Finely crafted with silver and fashioned with a pearl from a man-eater shell. Man-eater shells are clams that we saw back in Dark Souls 1. Shira delivered the crucified Mad King to a dark room, where she stayed in her formal wear even though none would see her. She brought the pygmy king she had to kill to this room, and I guess as penance stayed with his corpse, or just stayed with him. Arma of Shira, knight in service to Filianor, a rare woman's piece from ancient times. With a spun gold shawl draped over the silver breastplate and a green woven skirt, this armor offers a subdued yet refined elegance, apropos to both a handmaiden of the princess and one whose veins course with royal blood. Gloves of Shira, knight in service to Filianor, crafted with Carthamine leather and graced with brass buttons, one article of Shira's night garb. When I play as Daenerys and that build, I often wear this because it looks like a princess or a queenly thing to wear. Trousers of Filianor, knight in service to trousers of Shira, excuse me. I always mess that up. Knight in service to Filianor, made of Carthamin leather boots over a silk underlayer. So, yeah, let's put this on. Just to see what Joker looks like in it. He's pretty! Look at him! Her outfit is so cool. Like, it technically counts as armor, so it has a little armor ASMR, but it's light enough that you could still be okay with it. And she has this like corset bodice and a like faintly armored shawl with a hood, but the back of it looks like it's feathers or scales. I'm not really sure which. And I think the green on her skirt has a design. Yeah, it's hard to see, but there's like a golden design on the cloth. Okay, we're gonna be this for a bit. Isn't it pretty? It's so pretty! The ladies' clothes in Dark Souls 3, I think, are honestly the nicest they've ever been. There are so many pretty dresses. The armor, the typical armor, is really cool and detailed too. I like being pretty, so I very rarely wear armor. I want to look like a pretty princess while I beat people's ass. Okay? That's all I ever want in life. Okay. Now we're going back to the, end of time. I have that great sword. Is there anything else I would want? Yeah, that. And that. What makes me sad is that bonfire, when we went forward in time, it's called Filianor's Rest. Because technically she is actually resting, sleeping now. Alfred has blessed you in many ways. Blue Jay. It's Fashion Souls, y'all. Fashion Souls. Okay. Did I want to use this sword? No, I didn't want to use a knife, I wanted to use this. I actually don't mind taking this off and putting on this. Let's see how low it goes. It's not ideal, but I think I can deal with it. If not, I'll just take it off. So the Pygmy King was saying that someone with a red hood has come to take our Dark Soul. We know one person looking for something specific who helped us through the Ringed City, who has a red hood.
Please, the red hood is come to eat us, to eat our dark soul.
And he crawled all the way from there. As you can see by the blood trail. He's determined. And this is the throne room of the Pygmy Kings.
Handed over that thing, your dark soul, for my lady's painting.
Ugh. Nothing, okay. Shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that's me. I don't have any healing.
Yeah, do you remember Arturius' fight where he takes the dark-infested Ulusil person and stabs him with his sword and then just flings it at us? That's a reference to Arturius. He ate the dark soul out of the Pygmy King and then just threw his corpse at us because he's done with that. Aw, yeah, I'm keeping her alive. I think doing this would piss her off even more. I'm trying to think. Gale said first he wanted us to go into the painting because he wanted us to show the painter girl what the true fire of the painted world looks like. And then now he says, hand over your dark soul. I need that for my lady's painting. So she needs other pigment. She needs something else in order to finish her painting. So let's go see if she has anything to say about that. Yeah, Lala's like about 12 hours or like 10 hours ahead for me. Yeah. Or for me, I'm East Coast in New York, so I think it's about like 1:30 for her. Or like noon, something like that. Hold on, guys. Sorry. I just got a bunch of messages from Soraya. She's like, what the fuck is this in our inbox? And it's she, because Soraya knows nothing about the Margaret drama at all. So she's like, what the fuck is this? And it's someone basically telling us that, you know, the Margaret drama is not okay. And I guess it's just someone wanting to vent about their frustration, but and like to justify, like, well, I make the ship, and I'm not making fun of this anonymous person, by the way, not at all. She's like, well, I make the ship like a fix-it thing. I make it a healthy relationship. And I'm sitting here like, okay, that's fine. You don't have to justify to me how you write them, nor do you have to justify to some fucking cum dump on the internet named Margaret how you want to write the thing. Like, just do your thing, dude. So my take on this is probably someone who's like a teenager, someone who's pretty young and maybe feels very like frustrated or isn't used to people doing stuff like this in fandom, so they feel
angry, rightfully so. I could understand. It was just like, why don't you leave me? And the idea of like, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not making them unhealthy. I'm doing what I can to fix them, which is fine if that's how people want to write them. But I'm also just like, you don't have to justify it to me. It's okay. I don't think I'm going to answer that. I didn't read the whole thing out to you guys. I just gave you the gist. But I'm just like, you know, it's okay if that's how you feel. I'm glad they were able to, you know, vent. That would happen a lot back when Persona 5 Vanilla was still pretty much new. I would get a lot of anonymous messages of people venting, and then I found out that some of them were just one person pretending to be 5 different people. So, but the ones that were legit, I could tell which ones were legit. Am I? Because I mean, I can be pretty fucking mean. Like viciously so, but it takes me a while to get there. It takes me like something very specific has to happen for me to reach the level of like we are now mortal enemies. Like it takes, you know, the speech Shira gave us about how badass she is and how she's gonna kick our ass basically. I can do that. I don't have a mad king on a stick, but you know, not for lack of trying. But really, the drama, it's nothing. It's... I'm old enough to have gone through a bunch of dumb shit in fandom hobbies, so I'm like, it doesn't... It means nothing to me. I'm just kind of like, can you go away? Like, I am too old to deal with this crap. And there's too much else going wrong with the world for me to care about what you say. Okay, so Gale said that she needs the Dark Soul for the painting, and I want to see if she says anything about that.
Ashen One, thy gift of flame has taken root. And Uncle Gale will soon bring the pigment. Pigment, colored like the dark soul of man.
So, she needs 2 things to make her painting. She needs fire and dark. She's going to make a world, a painted world without disparity. The world that we're in right now, not the painted world, but the world of the game, is a world of toxic disparity. It's a world where the cycle of fire and dark is not allowed to happen. Where it's just fire artificially extended to keep the dark away. And she's going to create a world where they exist, they are the component elements of that world and therefore exist in tandem. So that's why Gale is going after Dark Souls. He needs it for her. And he has been going through time immemorial. Like, I want to stress again, we have gone through so much time that Gale has turned from a human the size of us to this bloated beast. And he's still cognizant. He can still speak to you, which I think is what makes it so emotionally gutting to fight him, is he hasn't lost any of his senses. He's very aware of what he's doing, and he can talk to you. And also, when you fight him, the noises he makes, it sounds like you're fighting a warrior, not a normal boss who just shrieks or growls or groans. Like he's there. He's very aware of what's happening. Aw. But yeah, thank you for your kindness, Taylor. And yeah, I don't know. At some point, you just sit there and you're like, you know what? It's not worth devoting my energy to stuff that's just not gonna make me happy in a hobby. Like I'm just trying to be happy in a hobby, dude. That's all. Alright, this didn't do anything. The swords are pretty good. I could keep trying that. I think I would rather hit him with a sword, though. And I would want something fast. Isn't it? It's... Dark Souls 3 is, honestly, this game more than any other probably got me out of very deep, borderline-based depression. And that's why the ending I'm going for is, I think, perhaps the most beautiful piece of storytelling I think has existed in a game, and modern gaming, like of this generation for sure. Of like the PS4 generation. And I'm almost shocked that From Software did it, because they're normally known for a lot of bittersweet stuff or like a weird sense of humor. But this is so, like, it's so vulnerably hopeful that it makes me feel very comforted. And it's also, they also use something in the ending credits music, which I will tell you now because you guys won't get the reference. At the end of Demon's Souls, which was Miyazaki's first game that was considered like a precursor to Dark Souls, but they're not connected in a story way, the final theme was sung by a Japanese classically trained opera singer who's also just not a pop star, but she is a musician. Her name is Kokia. She does the aria, and it's so beautiful and so tender, and they bring her back to do the final credit aria song of this game. And I'm pretty sure it's the exact same melody. It's like it's the same, like the music has changed a little, so it's not totally the same, but it's her. It's her singing the same harmonizing tune. And knowing that he thought to do like, okay, we got to bring her back. Like she started with the souls, and we're going to end it with this. That to me is just, I don't know. It just it punctures the heart. But when I say something is poignant, that's borrowed from French, and I think it pretty much means like it feels like you're being stabbed with a very stabbed by a point. Let's see. It means literally to be pricked by something. That's what it feels like when something is poignant. You're just like, ah! Being poked with a stick right in the heart. Alright, let's see what else I should bring. I don't think I'll have time to cast some of this stuff. That's the problem. Oh, excuse me. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit again. Okay, yeah, let's get rid of that. That's not helping me. Do I even want pyromancy? Now I'm second guessing myself. It might, Taylor, or it may not. I mean, I'm glad I told you beforehand. Alright, and I want to go for lighter armor, because some of that stuff should not have been hitting me. In my humble opinion. I think that's about as light as I can get with this weapon. Daily dose of emotion. Okay, well, you're certainly gonna get it in this game. I'll be right back. I'm here. I still have to just finish typing this, guys. You didn't miss anything. I just had to, I was talking with Soraya because we were finally catching up. And some people are having lunch and stuff, so I was like, alright, I'm kind of gonna, I'll chill a little bit before I try Gale again. Okay. Okay. Eating cold pizza in the dark like the gremlin child I am. Yeah, people are getting snacks. Okay. So, yeah. Suffer, you pizza gremlin! Okay. Let's try this. This whole arena, by the way, is the boss arena. Everything we're looking at, I can fight him in this whole area. Ooh, I thought I was far enough away. I keep thinking I'm further away. Oh shit!
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
Oh god, I'm gonna cry. I'm actually tearing up right now. Yeah. I do think Gale is harder than Midir. Midir has easier tells, and since he's so big and the arena is just as massive, you can avoid him pretty easily. And the strategies for him, you could stay underneath him and really not get much damage. You can cast that Pestilent Mist and just play keep away, because he doesn't move that fast, and you can get your distance from him. And when he has those flame charge ups, you can run pretty far back and not get hit. But Gale moves very fast. He's smaller in the sense that he's like closer to your size, and he has a great sword with like wide swoops. So he's like fighting a Bloodborne character in Dark Souls, which isn't always easy. I mean, it's relative though. Some people probably don't have any problem on Gale and they can't do Midir. I guess it really just depends on playstyle. Yeah. Oh, she's doing it again. Just looking at her hands. Alright, we're gonna change the way our Estus is allotted. And I think I can get this to plus... Oh, it's only plus 3? That's embarrassing.
Just what?
Yeah, let's get it to plus 5. Let's get Rita's scythe to that too. I don't think I'm going to use much Estus, honestly. But just in case, we're going to be 14 to 1, so I have one Ashen Estus recharge.
Pretty be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
And we're going to use Philionora's Chime. Or, you know, maybe we should use this. Because that has a better spell buff. Maybe that? No, I don't really need that. I need this, maybe? Or this. Lowering it to crit and attack crit. Oh, that was stupid. I knew it. I'm not used to fighting him like I am the others, so it's gonna take me a bit. Yeah. Yeah, that's me. Okay. The camera swivel? Yeah. Alright, I technically don't need this on. It's just, I'm vain, so I don't want to look like the zombie that I am. This isn't very light. That's the problem. Oh, there is that. Don't go for 2 hits.
Hiya!
See that? I don't know that's a 4 swing attack, because it doesn't look like he's gonna go for 4. But he has a delayed attack right at the end. That's fine. I'm doing a lot more damage to him, at least. That's close to his second phase, so that's not bad. I'm gonna eat an Oreo to cheer myself up. Thank you. I forgot what ring I was going to put on. It's fine, Blue Jay, don't worry. Maybe I should try to dodge through it instead of back. set. I don't know if you can tell, but the red mist coming off of his cloak are skulls. It's I think it represents a curse, or the souls that he's devoured. I knew I had to stay behind them. Don't go for 2 hits. Don't go for 2 hits. Unless he staggers. Not even then, obviously. No! Oh. 3rd phase. Now he teleports using summon signs. So he's found a way to transmit himself through time and space. That's how long he's been traveling and studying and learning things. I don't know if you can hear over like the music and the sound effects. That's why I try not to talk too much. He's making sounds like a human, like effort noises that show that, you know, that there's a man underneath all of that. My goal is to get through the 1st phase only using maybe 3 or 4 Estus, because I started phase 2 with 9, and I'm not familiar with phase 2 like at all. And I kept going for 2 swings, and I really should have gone for 1. And that got me a lot. And then 3rd phase, weirdly enough, I find 3rd phase not that bad. The times I've done the 3rd phase with people and I've helped them on the fight, I find that a little easier to deal with. Because, like, there's lightning hitting the ground and he's going to teleport behind you, but if you stay locked onto him, you'll be able to figure out where he's going to be. He usually teleports to, like, the side of you or behind you. Yeah. Yeah, it's... I mean, I take some comfort in knowing that Gale is still himself when he's doing this, that he's not taken over by darkness, he's not corrupted by anything. This is his own volition, this is his determination to do this. And just to give some background info on Gale, he's a slave knight. And I don't know if some of you were here when I was explaining what a slave knight is, but a slave knight was an undead slave who was used as fodder in battles. The gods basically gave them these little clothes, and just in any battle that could never really be won, but they wanted to just keep it fighting, I guess, to just keep some sort of enemy horde away, they would put undead slave knights there. Gale was one of them. So he has existed since at least the beginning of the Age of Fire, at least. So he has existed through the entire life cycle of the world as we know it. Longer than even some of the gods. And at one point, and normally it says at the bottom there, They grew decrepit, their skin charred black, and their bones twisted. Eventually they went outright mad, but were never relieved from duty. Gale didn't go mad. He still had all of his senses. He found his way to the Painted World, and the Painted World is a haven for the forlorn, capital F forlorn, which are people who have no other place in the world. They feel they've either lost their home completely, or they lost a purpose in life, or that just something about them, they have nothing else. So they go to the Painted World for sanctuary. Gale ended up there, and he met the painter girl who was destined to make a new Painted World, because the cycle of the Painted World is as such. There's one, and then that world is going to fade and die, so the people within it agree we're going to burn it and then create a new one. So that's why painters are very significant. And the reason why Ashes of Ariandel happens is because Frida and the painter who made that world don't want it to burn. They want to keep it as is, even though it's rotting. And that's a big metaphor for the Age of Fire extending beyond its natural life cycle. Gale finds out about that, and naturally he would be opposed to that because that's what the gods did. They extended the Age of Fire life cycle beyond its natural limits and refused to let the world change. So he looked after the painter girl. She calls him Uncle Gale. And he said, okay, well, we'll figure out what you need to make a new painting. What you need is fire and the dark soul. So we can create a world, or she can paint a world using the two disparate elements that are not allowed to exist together because of what the gods did. So she's going to make a world where fire and dark exist. They coexist. They're not, it's not a cycle. It's not a competition or a suppression. They're together. And so that's why he needed us to release the flame in the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. Because we could do it. That was part of the prophecy, is that an Ashen one had to do it. And then the rest of the journey was, okay, now I have to find the Dark Soul. And the Dark Soul is in the Ringed City. And the Ringed City is not a place you can easily get to. And the fact that this is like the end of the world with like just ashes, and the world has condensed itself down to this tiny spot with the ruins of other kingdoms and civilizations, Gale has had to survive to the very, very dying, ashen end of the world just to achieve his goal. He couldn't actually get to the Ringed City, so he had to just endure for God knows how long. And so that's why I said he's learned some new techniques. He has that crossbow. That's an automatic crossbow. That's basically a gun, like a machine gun. He invented that. That's technology that technically should not exist. He's able to use summon signs to teleport himself, which is what summon signs is. You write your name on the ground and another character will touch it, and then that pulls you into their world. He's able to do it across shorter distances by just casting it on the ground and pulling himself there. That's also something you should not be allowed to do. He's figured out how to do it. Like, he's existed for so long, he's found abilities and technology, or created technology that are so profound, really. And yeah, so that's why he is working to find the Dark Soul. And the second phase, when he collapses and he says, oh, is this the blood of the Dark Soul? People are like, how could a soul have blood? That to me is the combination of Bloodborne and Dark Souls, but that's just my tinfoil headcanon. But the idea of the Dark Soul as we know it is the Lord Soul that the Pygmies found. Pygmies, again, were the progenitors of humans. And that means that humans have the Dark Soul. So Dark Souls is really just humans. Humans have blood. So we heard him enough that he collapses and he starts to bleed black. And he says, oh, is this the blood of the Dark Soul? As in, like, it's the blood of man. That's what you need. And there was another soul that we found called Soul of the Blood of the Wolf. So there is actually a precedent for blood being contained within a soul. The Abyss Watchers dropped the Soul of the Blood of the Wolf. And they were connected to Arturius through the wolf's blood. So blood, even in this game, in two special instances, with the Abyss Watchers and with Gale,
have the ability to connect life essences down to the soul. So, there you go. I'm sorry if that was confusing. I'm doing my best. Yeah. Gale wants, but like I really support Gale in what he's doing. He's so against what the gods did to this world that he's going to help the painter girl make her world free from basically the curse of this one. And that is such a noble goal, and I agree with that. I want him to do that, but he sees us and he's like, okay, well, I need your dark soul. It's like, and what's so hurtful about that is all throughout the Ring City DLC, he left notes for us to let us know that, like, you can jump off this, you'll be safe, like, take the plunge, you won't die. He helped us on all the boss fights, except for the Half-Light boss fight, but he can help you on pretty much every one. He guides you through it. He can help you on the Ashes of Ariandel DLC. He's groaning in relief and grief when he first meets you, because he's like, you have no idea how long I've searched, and then he kind of has a breakdown about it, because he just can't grasp the idea of, I waited all this time, and now maybe it'll maybe it wasn't for nothing. And yeah, I remember telling my brother, I'm like, why does Gale have to be like the last boss of this? Like, who is he? And my brother Brian, he just looked at me, he's like, do you know how old he is? Do you know his story? And I'm like, no, not really. And he explained, like, he was a slave knight. He's existed since the Age of Fire began, and he's gone through he explained exactly what I told you guys. That's how he explained it to me. He's like, Gale has been through some shit, and all he wants is to just take away the curse of this world by helping create one that has no curse to it. And he's like, Gale's fucking awesome. And I'm like, oh, okay. And now I'm like, okay, Gale's fucking awesome. That's not gonna help me, I don't think. So let's put this back on. Yeah. I love Gale. I genuinely love him as a character. I think he's fantastic. So, yeah. My goal is to at least get through the fight, the first phase, with using 3 or 4 Estus, learning how to do that anyway, and second phase, just enduring it till I get to third. Alright. I've already gone against my rule. I couldn't read his attacks in that one. Oh, I've never heard him make that noise. Oh no! I've never heard him make that little huff or that little sigh. Oh. Let's see how well this does me.
4. Okay.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul.
Forgot he does that. I keep forgetting. Yeah, okay. I wanted to see if I could get it off, but no, I get the cast off, I mean. Yeah, this soundtrack's beautiful. Oh, hey, he stood in, hi, Cal. He stood in front of the camera. Oh, okay. I have an idea of what I have to do. I don't know if this weapon is good because I think he goes into, he does, excuse me, I think he does dark attack in that second phase. I could try this one. 420, blaze it! It does 420 damage, that's why I said it. How much does this do? 552! Oh! Oh, that's so good, though. You know, it even kind of does have, like, a pot special attack. Look. It's basically like a bong hit. It is called Wrath of the Gods, too. Yeah, it's cool. I have that spell, though. It's the Wrath of the Gods spell. Yeah, most weapons have special attacks like that. They're called a weapon art. Technically a weapon art. They're just special things they can do. Frida's is really cool, too. So you two-hand it. Like, all the attacks she was doing to us, we can do that. Or we can do this. Yeah. Yeah, this stuff's cool. Fighting in this game is a lot of fun. How much is this? 396. Ooh. Okay, I have to think. Yeah, Frida's fantastic. I love her so much. I don't think I could go magic against him. I do so much better with just physical.
Let's get physical. Physical.
Yeah, the top three, Frida, Twin Princess, Gale. Yeah, that's my top three as well. Let's see what else I have. That's not what I want to do. Whoops. Whole lot of stuff I can't use. Oh, this is the Akechi weapon. I'll show you guys what that looks like. And some of this stuff isn't even upgraded, so there's no point. Oh, there is this, but it's great sword too long. I would need something fast. Yeah, these would be the Akechi weapons. Yeah, it's... the jump attack, let's see. No, jump attack. There is a specific... I can't figure out how to do it, but when you jump attack, you kind of like ninja jump in the air and like just slam your claws into them. I just can't figure out how to do it. Yeah, I wasn't joking. A couple streams ago, I had said that you can make every single Persona 5 character in Dark Souls 3. Like every single one of them. Because you get all weapons that are just like them. You can do magic that are similar to them. Futaba might be a little difficult, but her, I think you would just probably have to learn how to parry, since she just flex attacks and stuff, so you would just need to parry her with that all the time. I wouldn't want to try with that. It's 3:40. I'm gonna keep trying till about 4:30. And depending on how tired I am, I may just help people fight Gale. So you guys can still see the fight.
He would be. Futaba would be the shield guy. Yeah, she would just have a giant great sword. I mean, giant great shield, and then just surprise people with some magic, like right after that. Yeah, that'd be perfect. You're right. Yeah. I'm actually. That gives me an idea. I'll write up weapons and builds for each of the Persona 5 characters in Dark Souls 3 for people to do if they want. Because you have fist weapons, so you could do Makoto. There's axes. There's clubs. For Yuji, there's katana, obviously, there's daggers, clearly. There's a rapier for Kasumi. Mona, there's scimitars. And for Akechi, there is a flamberge, which looks like his second weapon, but you could still use the crow claws. Yeah. So it's cool. Cool. Yeah, what's the 675? Alright, let's try this. There's actually great shields in this game that are just two giant doors. I think she would have that since she stayed in her room all the time. Yes, there are whips. There's a fire whip, actually. Oof, okay. Oh, I forgot that's what that was. Yeah, he angry. I have to get used to fighting with these daggers. Because I haven't used them in a very long time. Whoop! That's me. Yeah, he's got me. Yeah, he can do that. If you get hit with that stab that he does, you just get impaled and he just whoop, and he just throws you away. So it's technically a grab. I'm rechanging the outfit a lot because I'm like, okay, maybe I just need to... The lighter armor I have, the easier it seems to be able to dodge some of his stuff. And which I mean invincibility frames. I have beaten him with the Onyx Blade though, so I may go back to that. I staggered him, oh no. I mean, that's good for me, but I don't like hearing him in pain. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, that's not bad though. That's doable. Be gone, yearner. Be gone, yearner. Yeah, the way he fights, it is very primal. He still has his senses about him, but I mean, the way he lumbers, it looks like a beast, and then he just goes completely batshit. But that's what I find so moving about this fight, is that he's still there. Like, he's not mad. You're not fighting someone it's not like Arturius. There was still a little bit of Arturius in there. Just a very, very, very little bit. But Gale's completely there. And he's not doing too well in terms, like, because you could see there's actually a big wound in his gut, which I think is what it's meant to imply, that we put that wound there. I'm gonna stretch and get a drink of water and just like wake up a little bit. I mean, I'm not tired. When I say wake up, I mean like I get so focused on these fights that sometimes it's mentally draining. So I just need I need to be centered, and then I'll be fine again. I just saw the meme that Star posted in the meme part of chat, where she's like, going out for groceries these days feels like this, and it's a Bloodborne character holding just bags of groceries on the streets of Yharnam. Yep, that's how it feels. Prayer circle for Krist, thank you. I'll be right back, guys. Yeah, I'm kind of getting there too, Taylor. Because I'm looking, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty sure I can manage till about 4:30. I feel kind of bad because I know like time zones and stuff. I do definitely want to stay up as late as I can to hang out with people. But then I'm like, okay, well, if I stop streaming, then that gives you guys time to catch up on the other streams if you want. Or you can go looking around for like other Dark Souls stuff to watch. Honestly, there is someone did the entire Soulsborne series, which means like Demons, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3, and Bloodborne without taking a single hit. He practiced it for a year and did all the games, did not get hit once. And if you want to watch that, which I actually recommend, he started crying when he'd beat it and he hugged his dog because it was, yeah, it's nuts. I'll link you to that because I think you guys would have fun watching it. Happy Hob. He did Dark Souls 1 with no hit, and then he did the Dark Souls trilogy, no hit, and he didn't level up, by the way. It was no leveling up either. Yeah, and then he did all bosses and DLC of Dark Souls 3, did not get hit once. So that means he fought Gale and did not get hit a single time. And like I said, he'd practiced for a year. But yeah, if you ever want to watch any of that stuff, he's pretty cool. He's when he streams, he kind of has like other music on, and he just kind of chills and just plays in whatever. But yeah, he's called the Happy Hob. I'm going to link it to you if you want to watch that. He's a good egg. Let's see, anything else. He also did Sekiro, which that's the non-Souls game that came out after Dark Souls 3. And to get a no-hit run on that is, whew, I personally think that's fucking crazy, but he did it. You're welcome. If you want to watch someone just play through the game and they don't really have music going on in the background and they're a bit more engaged, it's not that Happy Hob isn't engaged, but he has to be so focused because of the challenges he sets for himself. There's Lobos Jr. I'm going to link you to him. He has tons and tons and tons of Dark Souls content. He also just does like streams in general for anything. I love him. I love watching Lobos. He's very kind. He's very funny. He's very laid back and chill. Every year in the month of May, he raises money for St. Jude's Hospital to help fight children's cancer. So he does a lot of Dark Souls related things during then. Does weird mods, or he takes challenge suggestions from the chat and then we'll play based on that. I think last year he raised like $150,000. Like just him, he just raised that. But yeah, he's my non-problematic fave. He's a good egg and he's got 2 kitties. If you want my recommendation of what to get started on, I would watch the Bloodborne Enemy Onslaught mod. And that means it's Bloodborne modded to have 2 or 3 times the enemies, and it's ridiculous. And by the time he gets to the DLC, the person who was modding it started to add like jokes into by the time he gets to ROM, the modder added jokes into the boss titles. So this one's really funny. That's the Bloodborne one. Yeah, Lobos is great. I really like him. He's very kind. Like that's one thing I've noticed. He's like, whenever he streams and goes live, he'll send like a notification out, but it's always like, have a good day, or like just a little smiley face, or like happy weekend. Like he's just nice. He did all the Final Fantasies. He did all the May Cries. So yeah, you've got tons of stuff to watch. Never a dull moment with the Lobos. Oh yeah, they're nuts. I mean, there's some people who are like rude and shit. You know what? There's some people who are, I mean, it's a whole gamut of personalities, you know? And what I like is how meta, like, the idea of Dark Souls, like Dark Souls, it means humans. So the series is basically just about humans. And that's why the online content, whether it be PvP or co-op, like that's a central and integral part of the experience because you're meant to interact with other people. Yeah, he did Lobos did Final Fantasy 1 up through 15. He's just doing 14 now just because he wants to play it. You know, I think I will show off what some co-op looks like, just so you guys can see what some of the fandom, what interacting with some of the Dark Souls fans look like. Because people always need help on Gale, or they always need help on Madeir, or they always need help on Frida. And I still want to keep fighting him because I still want practice. So Titler, yeah, no, Titler's also one of another example. I ran into who else? I ran into a couple coronavirus people. There was someone else, which wasn't funny. Oh, Alex Jones. Someone called themselves Alex Jones. Didn't look like him though, but I was just like, oh, okay. Someone named themselves Dark Souls. I saw a lot of really funny names today. I've seen a lot of people name themselves after Norse gods, actually. I've seen Freyas and Lokis and Balders, and it's weird. Let's see if anyone's around. Whomst knows? Well, it was Dark Souls all in caps. So he's the game. Let's see if I get summoned. Okay, good night, Taylor. Thank you. I'm not going to be going for much longer. I want to see if I can co-op here. If not, I'll probably go back to... no, you know what? Since it is the wind down, we're going to go back to Ringed City and see what can be done there. Because during that last fight with Gale, I could feel myself getting tired. I'm like, okay, I know what to do, but I can't focus on this boss fight right now. What I can focus on is just helping people. So, yeah, that's what we'll do. We're going to wind down, and then I left you guys with content you can watch while I'm gone. Oh, and if you guys want to watch someone or a group of people who are like, they're not bad at the games, but they run the gamut of like capable to hilariously silly. There's also the now defunct best friends Zaibatsu. They did Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. They did Demon Souls, and they did Bloodborne. And it's just a bunch of Canadian guys hanging out, just playing games. Oh, thank you, Lala. I try not to keep them too long. I think 7 was probably the longest one I had. But yeah, I've just given you stuff that you can watch and enjoy if you'd like. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Lobos is a good one to watch for Bloodborne, especially his first runs. If you... Actually, no, I have someone, not better than Lobos, but someone who does really well explaining how to do certain bosses and stuff. Let's see.
I think Cowboy has some pretty good ones. But let me... I'm looking specifically for the one that you would need. Oh, Vampire Land, that's what it is. That's what he calls it. Fightin' Cowboy has really good, both like builds videos to in various games, and then suggestions of and explanations of like, okay, here's where all this stuff is in case you missed these items. He does both walkthroughs and let's plays, but then you probably want the guides. Let me see if he has a Bloodborne guide. He has build videos. Okay. So that one should help you, I think. Just watch him go through it. And he's fun too. He's a good guy. And we'll laugh if like nobody actually wants to summon me when I'm like, yeah, I'll just show off co-op and we'll hang out. And these people are like, nope. I don't think there's any more items I have to get here. I mean, I could look around, but I could farm for some items, like the ringed knight dude's sword. Not sword, their armor. Let's see. I probably need more Estus, eh? Oh well. Oof. Look, I just want to kill you and take your armor. Is that so much to ask? Yeah, you're kind of just like, wait, what? But I like the idea that, like, oh, no, you just kind of go back in time where everything was okay. Like, no, just kidding, psych. I've always wondered if you can go back to her tower, and if you can't see her or not. And I tighten my chunk. Yeah, you know what? Let's try that. Let's see. Because technically she should not be in that tower, or you should not be able to go in there, because since we woke her up. Oh, there's a little... Aw. There's a little chair. Let's see. Huh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, that's kind of creepy, actually. Yeah. We woke her up, so she wouldn't be here since, if light is time, and if she was asleep and therefore preserving time and the age from
ending, so she was keeping time/light locked up in that shell. By breaking that shell and waking her up, then that kind of removed her from the stasis where she is, and thus put her body at... I mean, I'm honestly genuinely surprised that they allowed you to go in here at all. I expected it to be locked. Cotton Eye Joe. Oh, Blue Jay. Yeah, that's interesting. That's okay, I'm kind of half out of it myself. I'm like, all I want is just, like, co-op with people, and just that'll be the end of the stream, because otherwise I'm just really like, I'm just going to bed, bye. Yeah, her waking up becomes a fixed event. Think of it like, you know when you take a bath and you plug up the drain, but then when you lift the drain up, and then the water starts pouring through, you can never put the plug from on the drain back to keep that water, like once that water is gone, it's gone. Can you summon Blue Jay? Like, do you have any insight? I would actually recommend that. There's mostly people would help you out on that one, because he's really tough to do alone. In fact, I would not recommend doing him alone at all. You got 50? Yeah, yeah. Ring the bell, see who will help you. Wait, do you have PS Plus? I imagine so. Because you're talking about invasions earlier. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. I would keep trying. Sometimes you will get someone with a completely broken build that will just, like, decimate them. Oh. Did it fail? I was getting summoned like crazy earlier before I streamed, and of course now, you know, no. Alright, well, that's failing. The Ringed City also has their own statues of the primordial serpents, like Lothric did. Lothric had them, but they had angel wings. Could not invade. Oh! I was supposed to be a spirit of the church. Oh, that sucks, Blue Jay. I'm sorry. Anyway, so the Lothric ones, the primordial serpents had wings to look like angels based on the angelic faith of Lothric, but in the Ringed City, they have scales and claws, but they look more bestial, almost draconic. And I think that's because nobody knows what a primordial serpent looks like from below the neck. As you can see, their face and their neck are pretty much exactly what they looked like in Dark Souls 1. But below that, it's just anybody's guess. So this means that the Ringed City were aware of the primordial serpents, Koth and Frampt. So those fuckers have been messing with everybody throughout time. No. I know that Patches is supposed to be here somewhere, so there's one more person I can go talk to. Let's try that. Oh, this place is so pretty! Oh, okay. Bye! It does look like a demented cat, you're right. It looks like one of the cats from the movie Cats. Why was that movie allowed to exist? Like, seriously, why? No PS. Oh, I've seen you before. Hello, everybody. Let me guess, you're gonna fight Midir. Hi, Dusty. Wait, haven't watched what? What? Oh. We got invaded by Dark Spirit M. And Sanka no Aichi. Bye. Wait. Wait, what are you guys talking about? Did I miss something? Oh, cats! I'm like, wait a minute, what are you talking about? I didn't mention a movie. Oh my god, I said cats and completely forgot I mentioned that fucking thing. Oh my god. That's how eager I am to forget it exists. I can't believe that. I can't believe that I forgot that I mentioned it. Sorry, guys. You haven't watched it and you're scared yet. Don't subject yourself to that. Greedy people trying to make money. Yep. Yeah, everything has a human face. And there's no need for it to have a human face. Like, Steven Spielberg had an idea for an animated version, and the animated version looked amazing. It looked so pretty. And I'm like, why didn't they do that? Why don't they just make an animated version of cats? I think it would have fit much better. Or if they were determined to make a human version, then why not make it like the stage play? Where everyone, they had makeup to look somewhat feline, but they were very clearly humans. And instead we got this fucking CGI monstrosity where everything looks awful. Hello, magic name. Anyway, this is what PvP is like, you guys. You help people, you have to deal with regular enemies, someone kills you, like that, I just got. This is what it's like all the time. It's you and a group of people against both the enemies of the area and whoever's invading you. It's kind of fun, honestly. I'm gonna do it for about 20 more minutes and see if I can get some souls. Move, please. Bye. Woo. Oh, for fuck's sake. Go away. Everything's so yelly. They just scream. He scram.
To see ye in good health. What needs smithing this day? Pretty be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
Saito apparently drew a little picture of Goro and we could see his collarbone. Me and the gals scrumming at 4 a.m. Yeah. Scrum 24/7. Well met! Hello! I love the way they talk in this game, it's so sweet. Saito drew the collarbone. Saito is giving us good food. Oh, it's a full picture? Sing posts a full picture on Discord? Well, let me go find it. Holy shit! Well, to be fair, it was at 3 in the morning and I was doing this. Aww. Oh, this is cute. Aww. And they are across from each other. Ren is offering him coffee. Yeah, it's completely that, because there's the two mugs in the shot. And Goro's mug is right in front of him. Yeah. They're across from each other. Oh, yay! They have the old lady voice. Oh shit, I waited too long. I'm playing the role of a cop, helping people. Dark Spirit Frog King defeated. Oh, this picture's so cute. I kind of want to, like, oh, you can't merge them together, but oh, cute. I mean, I guess I could post it on the blog, but... Oh, you said you were blogged that earlier. Well, that was fun. I have Gail's theme music in my head. And we doing the wind down. Let's see if there's anything else that's nice that I could show you guys. Not really. Shakespeare villains be like, today I will cause problems on purpose. And someone responds saying, Shakespeare heroes be like that too. Shakespeare be like, what is a man? A miserable little pile of problems. God, I love Shakespeare. That's exactly what they are.
No war flashbacks. No war flashbacks, no. Oh, no, Sing, it's fine. Oh, it's okay. You don't have to talk that much, or at all, really. That's totally fine. I know a lot of people come to the streams just to hang out and, like, just keep it on in the background, so I don't expect everybody to, like, constantly engage and talk. That's totally fine. I may want to be like, hey, I have a question. You guys want to answer? Oh my god. So we got a follow-up anon from the one that originally messaged me, and they're like, there's answer cyberbullying laws. And like well, yes, I understand what they mean by cyberbullying. What Margaret's doing, from what I know, perhaps she's making it worse. From what I understand, it's not to that point. It's just like her being an incoherent jackass. Hello! So, I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she really is genuinely targeting someone like that, and I don't know. And Soraya wouldn't know either, because she even said, like, I haven't been in this fandom for a while. I got a job, so I've been gone for months. So she doesn't know what's going on. So she responded to that person saying, like, I don't really know what you mean by illegal, but what I think you should do is just not engage with this person at all. And instead of someone taking that advice, which is ignore the people that upset you and just enjoy what you like about a fandom, they, I don't know, chose to defend their position of, I don't know, I didn't get a chance to read it before I got summoned, so. I'm not going to read it out loud, because again, I don't want to, I'm not going after this person. I'm just kind of like, okay, I understand how upsetting this is, and it's not fair, and it's not right, but the major point is she's someone you should not engage with. This is someone you should ignore. This is, like, that's really what matters, I think, is just these persons are being dicks, these persons are annoying you, these persons are harassing you, these people are bothering you, and you can legitimately find a way to mute them at first, so then do that. If they find a way around it, then yeah, then we got a fucking problem on our hands. But the scream, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they scrim. This is the scrim area. Where are we going, dudes? Ugh. Well, they're not talking about what Margaret's saying about me. They're talking about how she's going after other people. I know that some of the people she's been harassing are minors, like 15 or 14-year-olds, which is pretty fucked up, honestly. She's like 22 years old. And it's like, you don't do that. Like, I know I don't expect her to check the age of every person she's gonna shitpost to, but, you know, if you find out that they're basically a kid, just shut up. But she, I genuinely believe she has behavioral issues. I don't know what they could be, but it's clear that she's not, thank you, it's clear that she's not, how do I put this? It's clear that she finds it more difficult to disengage from these upsetting things than someone who didn't have the behavioral issue. Obligatory F. If I ever become an undead in Dark Souls 3, this is my home. Oh. Oh no, this message is sweet. Oh. Because I only caught the first line about cyberbullying and I'm like, uh-oh. But, yeah. I don't know if I want to respond. I think I'll let Saray respond to this one as a follow-up, since she replied first. Yeah, what happens sometimes is I will get messages on the blog from people just looking to vent. Oh, can I? I sure as shit can. Thank you. Good shout, Lala. People looking to vent, maybe they can't do it on their own blog, or they don't feel comfortable doing it, or they just want to say it to somebody, which that's fine. You know, I think I had said that earlier. Like, I understand. I get messages. I used to get messages like that a lot, and I would try to respond. Or other times I would just leave it in the inbox if it wasn't really anything I could say something to. And the tone of this message comes off as someone who's kind of young. Because they ended, not that they don't say that disparagingly, just like it's probably their first experience with someone who's as terrible as this. Because in the way they ended the message, which is like, you're right, she's not worth it, I blocked her, I'm gonna chill with my homies that like this pairing, and y'all are awesome. Which I'm like, that's sweet. Not that I think that only young people can say that, but I'm like, oh. Like, it ended nicely. Alright, what can I get? What would I want, really? I'm at the point where levels are kind of like... It's a thing called diminishing returns. And that means when you reach a certain level in a stat, see how strength is at... See how faith is at 45? It's called a concept called diminishing returns. You will reach the level cap, where it's like, okay, instead of gaining like 5 points of an increase, you will gain 1. So it's kind of not worth it to go above a certain point, and then at some point in your game, souls become worthless, and they're good just for like buying items maybe, or upgrading weapons, but they're not essential anymore. So you can lose them, and that's it. Like, with this character, I wanted to get him either to 145 or 150. And this would get me to 145, I just don't know where to put the point. Endurance wouldn't really... Actually getting attunement up, because look, in the middle row, FP, it's at 189, but if I put it to level 26, I get 198. That's a pretty good increase, so that's worth it. So yeah.
Farewell, Ashen One. Mayst thou thy peace discover.
Thanks.
Ah, well met, Ashen One.
And it's about 4:30, so I'm just gonna buy some items from her, and then I'm gonna call it for a night for me. And while it's, I think, day or evening, or thereabouts. Well met, Grandma! For you guys. Did I need Titanite or Scale? No, I'll get both. Wait, what the hell was that? Oh, a refined gem. A gem of infused Titanite forged the weapons of Lothric knights, used in an infusion to create refined weapons. Refined weapons are difficult to wield properly and scale effectively with strength and dex. Oh! Oh, so they're quality weapons. Hey, stop it! Kitty! Stop it! When I stay up too late, what my cats do is they find ways to, like, get my attention or bother me because they think I should be in bed by now. Like, when I was fighting Midir, my oldest cat came over to me and started licking my leg. Because it's just like, it's bedtime, right? It's bedtime. And now she came over here and she started, like, licking the premium edition of the Persona 5 box to get my attention. And now she's over here just looking at me like, bed, bed, bed. So, yeah, I think it's... The cat says I gotta go to bed.
Ashen One, be sure to bring more souls.
What's funny is, you know how people joke about how Morgana is really annoying about telling you to go to sleep? And it's like, no, dude, cats really do that. Cats will tell you to go to bed. They just have their own way of doing it. Yeah, exactly, Lala. Hive mind. Okay, you guys. This was a fun stream. Thank you for hanging out with me. We accomplished quite a bit, actually. We did one of the most difficult bosses in the game. We killed a dude. We went to the end of time. We gotta fight Gale, and Gale's gonna kick our ass. Yes, thank you for your company. Have fun watching the other streams if you'd like. I may stream tomorrow. I'll have to see my stepbrother's in town, so I may hang out with him. But yeah. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, okay?
Take care.